according to them, they didn't enter into the room in which the alleged confession was taken. They delivered, according to Jonathan at least, accused number 1 to... No, I'm wrong. I was thinking about... Yeah, they delivered accused number 1 to Mboto, and they left at the parking lot there. Subsequently, they say they were called to say the statement has been taken, and they escorted accused number 1, I think, to Valeria or whatever.
My Lord, you see, the issue with me is this. These are police officers. They are mandated in their furtherance of their duties because they attend several scenes per day. They are mandated to carry pocketbooks. All we hear is their say-so, they are bad deniers. I was not there, I did not assault him. We keep on harping back, my Lord, to apartheid days, whereby police officers will also employ the same modus operandi. Whenever it comes to matters, all of them, the pocketbooks have grown legs, they are not to be found anywhere. So all the court relies on is the say-so, the ipse dixit of those officers.
Well, they said the unit was disbanded. To say it's the same thing.
My Lord, I know in SAPS there's what's called SAP stores, SAP 6. Records are kept. These are state records. The unit can be disbanded, the records are not disbanded, my Lord. Now, my Lord.
But are you seriously alleging that if a policeman assaults a detainee,
yes,
he's going to write in his pocket book at 6:30 p.m. I assaulted Ratamo Fatri in the pocket book.
That was the answer that was given by accused number 2.
No, I'm asking
yes,
on the probabilities.
No, my Lord. What I was raising the issue of pocket books on is to say the pocket book will say Ramasepele S on duty at 6 a.m. attending to scene 15:15, whatever,
yeah, fine,
at this place.
Fine.
We don't have that. All we have is their bad denials and their say-so, my Lord. Now, the other issue, my Lord, that also perturbs me about the arrest of accused number 1 that I believe we need to address is the incommunicado detention of both accused 1 and 2. Now, accused number 1, my Lord, let me go back to this point. He's arrested on a J50 warrant, which is issued in terms of Section 43. The J50 warrant emanates from a Tembisa matter, 217 of 3/2019, which is the dealing in drugs or possessing in drugs. And the warrant is issued almost 6 months before it was executed in December of 2019. Now, the police, according to Mokola, they embark on tracing the suspect that they do not find because the case was never placed on record because they need to establish and find the forensic report. Now, miraculously, the warrant is executed on a Saturday, my Lord, for that Tembisa matter. And I'll tell the court why it gives the police an advantage to execute that warrant on a Saturday. Because the accused person cannot be taken to court. But what does the law regarding warrants say of arrest? If I'm arrested on a Tembisa matter, be it a Saturday or a Monday, if the court is out of working time, it's after 3 or after 4, whatever the court time knocks off, I must be taken at the police station in Tembisa and be left there alone until I appear in court and the issue of the J50 is ventilated by the court that issued it.
Yeah, you're correct, but you're not quite correct in terms of the law.
Yes, ma'am.
I've brought urgent applications 1,000,000 times.
Yes, my Lord.
Of a guy like him being arrested.
Yes.
On a Saturday.
Yes.
Even on a Sunday.
Yes.
And you argue that there's no just cause. You sometimes succeed.
Yes.
So this statement blanket, hey, when a person is arrested, he can't be taken to court on a Saturday or Sunday. With minimum qualification, you are correct. But we all know that's what you call an agent application. And I know some 5, maybe they ended it 3 years ago. Still there, Saturday also.
Regarding saying is, in terms of the J50 warrant, because this one was not an agent one.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
been sitting
fine.
with the hands
No, I
of
take your
the court.
point.
He was supposed to be taken at Tembisa until that warrant is ventilated on the first by the court that issued it. And the warrant does not say, take him and gallivant with him and do whatever what you do with him. It's specific.
Say, I listen. I think I listened to evidence which says accused number 2 and number 1 were sought by the police. Actually, through the aegis of the informers. For instance, according, I'm not prejudging anything.
I'm listening.
Accused number 2 was traced up to phase 2, Rustenburg, Freedom Park.
Yes.
Even Mohola says accused number 1 was also being sought. I don't know, maybe I'm making a mistake. You can correct me, anybody. That's the evidence I did.
Accused number 1 was being sought with respect to the Tembisa matter.
Yeah, let's continue.
Yes. Now, my submission, my lord, for
Strategically, like Mr. Mgomezulu
yes,
was arguing.
yes, and there's a term for that in law, my lord, where they say you've obtained that J350 from the legis because you obtain it for the Tembisa matter. But when you arrest the accused, you don't ask him anything about the Tembisa matter. You start asking him about the Senzo Meyiwa murder case. So it was sought and obtained for malafide reasons.
Nefarious reasons.
Yes.
That's Mr. Mgomezulu's language. But did you use that word? Yes. Yes, I listen when people talk.
I would have thought it would be more of Mr. Munisi's.
No, I remember. He said nefarious reasons. Mr. Nisi, we are saying, why? Let's share the joke.
I think there's a bit of a communication that's going on between the two colleagues here. And
Oh, I see, okay.
then my name just got dropped.
Sorry, Mr. Munisi, for training. And now, my lord, the incident pertaining to the traditional healer, I submit that the aim of this trial within the trial, my lord, is very circumscribed. It's what is called a mini trial. Mr. Lionel Zwane testified in the main case. I'm not going to touch it here because it forms no basis for me doing so here. Now, the Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, it's labeled the notes on the pointing out
Yeah, the
of a
pointing out,
scenes
okay.
and or points. And as well, we say this pro forma has got certain preliminary questions that the commissioned officer must go through with the suspect. And at question 3 thereof, my lord, it's... Now, my lord, I'm going to submit this here, and with all due respect, my lord, this is not codified in any of the procedures of the SAPS, but through practice of the SAPS, in order to sterilize things out or admission, taking statements, being part of these procedures to take place.
Alberton. I say he was in Alberton.
Yes.
So he should be somewhere else.
No, I'm not saying he was present there, but him communicating to say to Hadebe.
Understationed. He's a gentleman in...
No. Officer, once he's got this information that certain of the suspects in the case that he's investigating, he must then phone his commander, for his commander to make the arrangements himself so that the investigating officer does not spill out in also, my lord, at paragraph, here in paragraph 6, Hadebe testified that he's based in Rustenburg, heading a unit there. So he phones Hadebe, who's got an experience, and Mr. Mnisi said the experience of Mr. Hadebe in taking down, of pointing out that the court has put. But the main one that I want to put is this one, paragraph 3.
Why do people have the concept of an experienced performer? How do you acquire experience? You must, even if it was the first of his pointing out,
Yes.
was he qualified to do it?
He was qualified.
Was he
But we
trained
saw,
to do it? We don't know.
yes, but we saw the
Okay.
mistakes, because when the arrangement was made, yes, I was informed, I was arrested of drug dealing. Now that also, my lord, I submit the answer is vague in relation to what Colonel Mboto is called upon to do. Colonel Mboto is not called upon to do a pointing out in respect of a drug-related case. He does not, in his pro forma with a side note, ask edification questions. We know the law says the magistrate
Which came first, sir?
or the sorry,
Which came first, the arrest for the drug dealing?
sorry, my lord. He says the question says
Oh, yeah.
the said was asked whether he was informed of the reason for his arrest as prescribed by Section 35
okay,
of
yes, I
Section
hear you.
108,
I hear you.
and the answer is that I was informed. I was arrested for the drug dealing case.
Okay, fine, yeah.
But Hadebe is not ceased with doing a pointing out on a drug dealing case.
What is he seized with? He
Whatever-
doesn't know. If we must be factual, he doesn't know. Can you please do a pointing out for me? The accused is Ratam Kwache.
Yes,
He'll be brought by Inspector
my lord.
Ngumalo. And then Ratam Kwache is brought case itself. So you can argue the other.
Sorry, my lord.
Let's go on, Mr. I'm going to review all these questions, everything.
All right, my lord.
Any other aspect? you
Yes,
want
yes,
to
my
comment?
lord. I'm just going through my notes. And also this issue of accused number 1 saying he according to Gininda, he elected to point out, we vehemently and
Yeah.
submit that he said to Gininda that he wanted to point something out. The pointing out scenario came out when Gininda by himself said, I was questioning accused number 1 whether he wants to make an independent, a statement to an independent officer, and further.
No, that's not
whether-
the evidence. The evidence is Mokolejo, who was effecting the arrest of accused
Yes.
number 1.
Is making certain admissions.
Yeah, certain admissions.
Didn't Gininda at Phosphorus himself then interrogate?
Yeah, but you are giving the impression like it's Gninda who acted on his Meromoto initiative. No, he was advised by a junior.
Again,
All right.
my lord. On the reporting of the assault now, that will be on the 10th of July 2020 at Tembisa Magistrates Court, my lord. And my lord, we have had a debate even during the day that he was assaulted Tembisa, which recorded that Silverton, and that he wants to be transferred to a prison. It was incumbent upon the magistrate, because they are the overarching overseers of the Constitution.
There was an attorney there, remember?
Yes,
And the magistrate, according to the record, told this attorney, you must go and prefer charges. And you know what? If you don't find satisfaction, you must come here. You must come back. That's the record I remember. You remember that, Mr. Mgomezulu?
No, not in Tembisa, in Boxburg.
it was not.
They are fine.
Withdrawal of Mr. Mujiako.
Yeah.
in respect of number
That's
2.
Mr. Nkwana. I never made a report.
Yes, but in this one, my lord,
Which
with
one is
respect
that
to
now?
the 10th of July.
What was happening?
Tembisa,
Which court was it?
Tembisa Magistrates Court, my lord. My submission is that whether accused number one had said to the magistrate, I was even assaulted in Rustenburg, it's incumbent upon the magistrate to investigate the circumstances of that assault, because, my lord, my submission is this. Had this point of Silverton SAP had been clarified by the inquiries and investigation by the police officers, the truth of 2019, Sergeant Mohol, was then in court, but nothing was inquired from her by the magistrate. My lord, I see we are closer to 11:15. May I suggest that we take a short adjournment and I'll proceed after
Yeah, okay.
tea.
Come back at half past.
Western Cape Court, my lord, were himself.
Yes.
So
Okay.
that is my submission regarding
So
that
your submission is that this gentleman, your client,
next
so
to,
you're saying
to the marks.
he can't write, he can't read.
No, my lord.
What are you saying?
He can write a bit of isiZulu. He understands isiZulu, my lord. Yes, those he can write. I cannot say
Okay,
with
fine.
English that
And
he
he can
write.
sign?
He can
He can
sign.
initial?
Yes, he can initial.
And he understands the consequence of signing a document.
In
doesn't
this
understand
instance,
it.
my lord, if you are arrested, the police they say sign here.
He doesn't understand the
He
consequence.
doesn't understand the consequences.
Okay,
you are
fine.
just being informed to sign next to the mark that is made.
Okay. The other day I remarked about accused number 2 that on record he says in Pukeng he normally goes there because he normally
He
goes
certifies.
for the certification of documents.
Yes,
That's high-flown English.
yes.
Oxford.
That's basic, my lord. Who doesn't know
Basic.
what certification is? And he even said, he didn't say certify, he said, we satisfy documents. Who satisfies
Aye,
documents?
certification. I've got it. I can show it to you now.
We had him differently then.
Just get me that. It's not important. Get me that. It's there.
Bravo.
Certification of documents.
Yes.
And I told him that the
Yeah,
English
you-
he's speaking,
Yes.
even a judge like me can't speak.
Wow.
Speak it.
My lord, it's better one.
Maybe Mr. Mnisi can speak it. I can't. You got it? Okay, fine. Let's go on, Mr. MCP.
Now, my lord, I think I have dealt with the issues that pertain to accused number 1. Perhaps if I approach him to,
Yeah,
then
fine,
I'll
fine.
move on to
You got it? Now show it first to Mr. Ram Sepi. You'll think you're in cahoots with me. Do you see it?
Yes, it's the record of the 13th of February 2024 at line,
What does it say?
at line 16, accused number 2. That is a lie, my lord, because I know Phuking police station, my lord. That is where I normally go and certify documents whenever I need to certify my ID copies, and it goes on. And
Thank you, sir. So, any other thing you want to pursue with it?
No, with respect to number 1,
Okay.
we are done, my lord. Now we are going to accused number 2.
Ah,
And with respect to that, my lord, it is common cause that accused number 2 was arrested in phase 2 Rustenburg by Sergeants Mabena and Mohani at this place of residence that is rented in Rustenburg. At the time of his arrest, he was in the company of the girlfriend, and according to Mabena, the arrest happened because accused number 1 was being sought on the Nongoma case 163 of 10/2018. Of importance there, my lord, is this propensity and the pattern of assault starts even right there at Phuking when accused number 1 says to both police officers, you've asked my name, I've given you my names and my ID, you've taken my phones. Who are you? Introduce yourself, identify yourselves. Then he states that Sergeant Mabena hits him with an open hand across the face, my lord, telling him that don't be smart, something to that effect, my lord. And from there, I submit, my lord, the marker, the line on the sand with respect to the treatment of accused number 2 is set, my lord. And he is then transported from Rustenburg to Pretoria North SAPS on the 16th of June. He arrives there shortly after 10 p.m., as can be shown in Exhibit MM, which is an OB entry in Pretoria North.
Sorry, just before I forget this, why do you say a marker is set? Was Mabena perhaps not on a frolic of his own? But now you're saying after
With
the
him,
slapping
Mabena.
of the alleged slapping of number 2, then, as you say, a line is drawn on the sand that he's going to be treated with assaults.
Especially pertaining to Mabena, because he's central to all the assaults that were
But he died
perpetrated.
thereafter.
Sorry, my lord.
He died.
He died when?
You don't know he's dead.
Yes, he is.
Yes.
So did he die after the 16th? Then he perpetrated
after
no
the
further
assault.
assaulted.
After
No,
the
he didn't.
assault.
Now, the events of the 17th of June, my lord, with respect to the assault and coercion, there's nothing of importance that took place there, except that,
Was anybody assaulted on the 17th?
yes, that's why I say with respect to that, it's got no consequence regarding the assault.
So there was no assault on the 17th?
On the 17th, there was just interviews and allegations regarding gold teeth,
Okay.
dreadlocks, tattoos and the like, but nothing of any assault took place, my lord. Then on the 18th of June, accused is booked and taken to Carltonville at Sibanye Stillwater gold mine, where he was employed previously in 2014, 15, 16, around that period, my lord. And then he's transported by Mohane and Mabena.
Yes.
They do the preliminary inquiries at the HR section at shaft number 8, and they get given the clocking records and history of accused number 2. At a certain stage, Gininda arrives in the company of Mohola. The discussion is held amongst themselves. They all go in and at some stage to the hospital section to see whether accused number 1 had reported injuries in and around the 26th of October 2014. Certain documentation, whether medical or otherwise, were handed to them that we've never had sight of, we are not privy to. Then Gininda, after that, goes to the car that accused number 1 is kept in, which is the Toyota Fortuner driven by Mabena that has been testified to in this court, and starts interrogating or questioning accused number 2 about his possible involvement in the Senzo Meyiwa murder case. According to his testimony and by all accounts, accused number 1 is steadfast that he doesn't know anything about it. He's even confronted by evidence that emanates from the main case, the ID kit. He says this is mistaken identity. Then, seeing that he's hitting his head against the rock, Brigadier Gininda stopped questioning accused number 2. As he's leaving that motor vehicle, he says one of the officers that he was with, that is never identified in this court, calls him to say, accused number 2 wants to speak to you. Then he goes back to the car, warns him of his constitutional rights, and say, let me hear what you are saying. Why did you call me? Accused number 2 says, the lies don't work for me. I want to tell the truth, which is vehemently disputed by accused number 1. I mean, accused number 2, sorry, my lord. Now, my lord, we say that assertion by Gininda that having tried by all means to elicit some sort of admissions from accused number 2 and having failed, what are the probabilities, my lord? that accused number 2, he has successfully rebuffed any allegations to link him to this horrific incident. Now he says, tell him to come back. Lies don't work for me. I want to tell the truth. We submit, my lord. The probabilities do not favor him. On
Yeah,
that
I
aspect.
hear you, but that's disputed evidence.
Yes.
Ginenda doesn't
Yes.
entertain that version.
And further, my lord, I mean, we've seen, understand the memory of Gininda to show that this assertion does not have any substance. He was with at least 3 officers, Mabena, Mohane, Mohola, but he does not recall of the 3 who called him to say, accused number 2 wants to speak to you. Now, accused number 2, as we say, my lord, vehemently denied that he made any admissions or any statements that may be construed as confessions to Gininda, and he denies that he called Gininda to come back and he talked to him. But Gininda says after talking to accused number 2, he then tells him not to proceed further. He will arrange for him to meet an independent person to take the statement from him. Accused number 2 agrees, and Gininda and Mohola then leaves the mine complex in Sibanye Gold Mine. Now, crucially, my lord, according to the AVL report testified to by Mr. Dupree, he testified that the Toyota Fortuner that accused number 2 was transported in was at the mine complex for a period of 7 hours. That period, my lord, it's crucial when we come to what we term the torture of accused number 2, which I will come to towards the latter part of my submission, because, my lord, accused number 1 was asked whether when they booked him in the morning, in the morning of the 18th of June 2020, he had anything to eat, breakfast. He said he never did. And there's no evidence before this court that in that 7 hours at the mine complex, accused number 2 was given food, drink, or water. And furthermore, my lord.
Yeah, but the critical question is,
Yes.
did all those guys, Mohola, Moholela, even Mabena, if he was there, did they eat themselves? They themselves, did they eat? On the probabilities, as you argue.
My lord, the point is
contract.
this. My point is this. According to the act that governs the prison guards, there are certain periods where the accused must be
They are in
fed.
the field, Mr.
Yes.
Ramsepi.
Yes,
They are in Carltonville.
yes,
Now, I'm posing a rhetoric question to you.
yes,
On the probabilities, as you're arguing the contrary,
yes.
did Mabena, Mohona, and Moholela eat for 7 hours, or they didn't? They didn't even drink
No
water.
evidence
did
was
they?
led, so my lord,
Hello?
I'll be misleading the court if I give
Yeah.
an answer either way. No evidence was led in this court, my lord. I can't venture into speculation.
Okay.
Now, my lord, I was at the point where now Brigadier Gininda, Sergeant Mohola have left the mine complex. Later on, similarly, Mohane and Mabena, they live in the company of accused number 2. Let me pause it here, my lord. Also on this aspect of the 7 hours at the mine, accused number 2 has testified that bar for the period where he had to go through turnstiles, the entry gates that rotate, his handcuffs were taken temporarily, but other than that, he was in handcuffs throughout this period, and also those handcuffs similarly were tightly squeezed around his wrist, my lord. Now I take it on, my lord. Mohane Mabena live in the company of accused number 2, and he testified, Mohane, that they then went to the Alberton area because they had other further investigations to conduct, but they had decided to take accused number 2 with because he was going to be bought at the cells.
Okay. Yeah, let's traverse this thing again.
Yes.
So the 7 hours spent by Mahono, Mohale, and Madena,
Yes.
was it actually preoccupied with the investigation?
Sorry, my
Or
lord.
was it preoccupied throughout because they were investigating? Or were they just wasting time, playing cards, drinking alcohol? What were they doing, according to them?
My lord, according to them, all I know from their evidence is that they went to HR.
Yeah.
They waited and spoke to Colonel Geninda. Then Colonel Geninda also became part of whatever investigations that were conducted at the mine complex, going to the hospital section and all of that. But whether that was done for the duration of the whole...
They also went to the hospital, you forgot about it.
That's what I'm saying.
They went to the HP.
HR.
HR
And
first.
yes,
They
HR
looked for
first.
whatever.
And then,
They got the documents.
yes.
Then they came out.
Yes.
Then they went to HR.
No, they
And,
went to
I mean,
the medical
yeah,
section. the
Medical
hospital
section. You've got to
yes.
drive there, actually. You don't walk. If I remember the evidence.
Yes, but according to AVL, even if it was a drive, it's within the
No,
mine
but it
complex.
means they drove there.
Yes.
We saw the photos.
Yes, my lord.
And after that, because a document or two was not at hand, Geninda came and he went again back to HR.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I'm not disputing that, my lord. The question from the court is that were they in that 7 hours preoccupied with that?
That's it, yeah.
I cannot give light to the court on
fine,
that
okay.
aspect.
Yeah. By the way, just as an afterthought, are police allowed, in terms of the law,
Yes.
not on a whim of their own,
Yes.
in terms of the law, to investigate for 48 hours? 48 hours,
Yes.
depending on the exigency of the case.
Yes.
Are they allowed to do that?
My lord,
Or they come to a stage, isikhathi sokulala manje.
unfortunately, I did not print it, my lord. Over the weekend, I went through 2 national instructions. It says, and I'll get that for
Yeah.
the court during lunchtime. It says, in between the interrogations, between 48 hours, an accused person per every 24 hours must be given an 8 hours rest. But I'll get that for the court, my lord. Perhaps we'll go through
Yeah,
it
fine.
once I
No, I'm just
understand
asking.
it properly.
That's a matter of common sense. Because
But
the police will tell you that they've dispersed a squad. Actually, it's our Minister of Police who normally wants to say that, who are going to cross night, go around the clock looking for Rata and his gang
Yes.
until they find him.
Yes. And then Mboto will say there were 40 useless police officers that investigated
Yeah,
this matter
fine.
that were
Okay,
fired.
fine. All right.
Now, my lord, I said this aspect of Mohane, that they took accused number 2, as they are in Carltonville, rather than take him to Pretoria North, for him to be locked, secure in the cells, to make sure, my lord, being locked in the cells has got certain benefits to you as an arrested person. You get fed, that's the issue that we have touched on. You can stretch your legs, the handcuffs are removed from you, you can lay down. Now he says he was going to be bored. My lord, I'm submitting that
You are supposed to be?
he was supposed to be locked in the cells and they can go on their own investigations because he's now in handcuffs from morning and we will see
Yes,
that
yes.
he has been in handcuffs from around 8 a.m. until 12, not even 12:09 because 12:09 a.m. the 19th, that car leaves
Still there.
that area and goes to Ereton then to Pretoria where he's
Yes,
booked
yes.
early hours of the 19th, 2.5 hours or some 2 hours and odd minutes later, he's booked back to say, let's go to Foslera's court. But I'll canvass that towards the end of my submissions. What I'm submitting here is that this idea and notion that he was going to be bought in the cells borders on the ludicrous, my lord. Here is a high-profile target, according to the language used by the police, who, bar for this trip in Carltonville, requires escort from EMPD. He's accused of this heinous crime, yet the police take him without escort on their own frolic to Alberton, and lo and behold, my lord, when they get to Alberton, they forget that AVL will come and say, you were in Alberton at the garage, and something untoward, according to our submissions, accused number 2 was assaulted at that place. That was the purpose. This issue that he was going to be brought, my lord, the standing orders are clear. Accused persons must be, as soon as possible, be returned to the cells to be held there. And we will further expand on that point, but I'll touch it here in case I forget it. They are stuck from around 6 p.m. and the car leaves the engine, Mali Street, whatever streets that were mentioned, Mr. Mgomezulu knows them better, in that area around 9 minutes past 12 a.m. In that period, my lord, there are police stations around Jimiston, Boksburg, Alberton, that they could easily, because of the threat and the target that they are with, have taken accused number 1, temporarily lock him up in whatever police station in the south until the car is repaired, or in the alternative, my lord, now that Jonathan and the other escorts come in, somebody can guard the stricken Toyota Fortuner, and as a matter of urgency, accused number 2 is then taken in one of the escort cars back to safety of the cells in
Yeah,
Victoria.
with hindsight, you are correct. Let me make an example for you. These police, Mojano and Mabena, even maybe Mogolejo, instead of phoning a police station in Nongoma to say, go and check this number, what is that school where accused number 2 is supposed to be residing? It's a school, they use a primary school
They use a
address
primary
there.
school, yes.
Go and check whether they know whether Atamokwachen still lives there.
Yes,
they
travel.
drive down.
Yes,
Yes, these are our police.
yes.
24 hours. We're going to check where Racha lives. And there's Colonel Gomezulu, whom they could have told, hey, you know what, can you go to this area
And verify this address
and
for us.
verify this area? Yeah, so I say with hindsight, you're right. But this is how our police operate sometimes.
As the court pleases, madam. Now,
Are you repeating the argument of Mr. Mgomezulu, because he argued the whole aspect of that. Am I correct, sir, Mr. Mgomezulu? About the garage, the streets.
Okay. My lord will remember that on Friday I stated that we may use language differently, but if
If it's a cup, then it's got a saucer.
my lord, let me be given just a minute just to look through, because I was gonna go to that event of the
Which one is it?
the 18th of June at the garage, but if it has been canvassed by Mr. Mgomezulu,
Mr.
then I'll leave
Mgomezulu
it out.
canvassed it, and he
Yes.
requested your permission.
Yes. Now, quickly, my lord, then let me go to the events of the 19th of June pertaining to where now accused number
It's in
2
Morocco.
has just been booked in at 2 to 3 in the morning, and at 4:50 a.m. he is then booked out again, and the investigation, according to the OB, says it's for him to be taken to court at Fosloras for the Nongoma case 16310 of 2018. And en route to that, a call is received from Brigadier Geninda to say
Right, yeah.
they must now deviate and take accused number 2 to Colonel Rapadu at Morocco, because such arrangements have been made, and indeed, according to them, he's delivered to Colonel Rapadu, handed in by Jonathan. There's a denial that he met Rapadu in the morning, so I'm not going to belabor that point, my lord. My lord, is this Post-Noras Court for drugs, which is 534 of 620. Noras Hospital, both matters are not placed on the roll. Now, my lord, with respect, I submit then there is no longer a list what connects the police to accused number 2 at that stage, because the 2 primary cases that they had gone to Fosterers for were not placed on the roll. And we know the consequences of matters not placed on the roll is that release right now. And the unlawfulness of that arrest is seen in this context, my lord. Only later do they have something to hold on accused number 2 when they, on some whim or some plan, go to Phokeng, search his residence, and voila, we find ammunition. What a strange coincidence, my lord. What a strange coincidence.
But according to them, they didn't go for that.
Yes, they went for the hoodie.
That's it, yeah. That's what they say.
And what are the
Fortuitously,
yes.
they find some other stuff.
And what are the probabilities, my lord, in all likelihood? The offense happens in 2014.
Well, I don't play the lotto.
The probabilities, my lord. We are assessing this matter on the probabilities.
Yeah, but here are policemen. And
Yes.
I'm not making a finding that they are truthful.
Yes.
They're saying they are looking for the hoodie. They find other hoodies, but they don't find this specific color of the hoodie they are looking for.
Yes.
And once they are doing that, they find a plastic in triplicate containing ammunition for the rifle.
Yes, and on
And
that
then
point,
they say, they ask for an explanation.
yes,
The license, they didn't find any. They go to the nearest police station, which is Trabane.
yes,
They open a case there.
yes, understand that. Now, on that aspect, my lord, I'm just saying, what a coincidence for the same set of investigating officers to go without search warrants to accuse number 1 fortuitously, black plastic bag wrapped on a wall somewhere, not hidden, you find ammunition. Accused number 2, by his testimony, sitting in a car, search for the hoodie of unknown description.
Ramsepedi, you know we've got 2 versions.
Yes.
Accused number 2 says he was seated outside, he never entered.
Yes,
And then
but the police say he was there. Yes.
that's it, yeah.
Yes.
But
But what I'm saying on that, my lord,
you can submit that they must reject their version,
Yes.
fine, I don't have a
Yes.
problem. But if you telescope it, as if it is the only
it is not the
in
only
town.
version, my lord. There are 2 versions on that.
Yes, 2
aspect.
versions. And then they say they were given permission. You say they had no warrant, you're right.
Yes.
But they say they asked for permission because that was the reason why they went to Phokeng from Carltonville.
Yes. And the reason that is disputed by accused
Yeah.
number 2, that he was just driven there, he doesn't. Gomezulu has traversed those pertaining
Yeah,
to the appearance, Dr. Tlokwe's
Yeah.
evidence, so that's been traversed, my lord. Similarly, the issues pertaining to the magistrate
Yeah.
have been traversed.
That's
I'm
it,
not going
yes.
to burden the record with
Okay.
that, my lord.
Even Dr. Tlokwe's evidence has been dealt with, if I
Yes,
recall.
yes. Now, my lord, the other aspect that I wanted to touch on, and I've already started on that process, was we've alleged that the detention of accused number 2 amounted to, besides the allegations of torture and assault, but the torture was perpetrated by sleep deprivation. It was perpetrated by prolonged hours in stiffened handcuffs, and that is shown, my lord, by the entries on the respective or all the OB entries. For example, my lord, we have calculated, and I'm summing it up in broad strokes, my lord, that from the 48 hours that the 18th and the 19th, from the morning of the 18th booked back the following morning at around 2, and then booked out at 4:50, then booked at Primrose at 4:30. In total, accused 2 was in the hands of police officers in handcuffs, deprived of sleep, deprived of comfort, because he says at some stage water was poured on him. When he went back to the cells, he couldn't sleep because it was very cold on the night in question, and shortly thereafter he's woken up to be taken to Foscloras. That, my lord, we submit, it's perpetuation of torture. As I've said, my lord, I'll go and look for the national instruction on the aspect that deals specifically with the breaks that must be afforded to an accused person or a suspect when it pertains to investigations. You cannot, 48 hours, retain somebody for interrogation purposes where he's not fed, where he's not afforded the comforts, creature comforts of life, pertaining to the circumstances. We know that he's arrested, but he's entitled to some basic human rights, man.
Yes.
And the issue of Mujiako has been traversed, that he did not have a mandate.
Yeah, fine.
He was inept. He was a lawyer representing his client, at least the consultation before the proceedings commenced in the magistrate's office to familiarize himself with the matter facing accused number 2, taking advice and also advising. We are advisors. We don't listen to them necessarily, my lord. So he failed in that respect, my lord. And just to conclude that Mujiako aspect, at no stage did we dispute that he's an admitted attorney on the roll. I've never, even myself or Mr. Mgomezulu, raised that aspect that he was never a lawyer. So Exhibit YY that was submitted, that does not serve the purpose for which Mujiako's evidence or the evidence pertaining to Mujiako was contested, my lord.
It's contested on which other basis?
My lord, it was contested on the basis that
He wasn't there.
he did not have a mandate.
Remember that.
Yes.
He was never in Ms. Kronje's office. That was the first contestation. Subsequently, there were other versions.
Yes, but the one that we have consulted on, I don't know, my lord, was always that there was a gentleman there. But when accused number 2 asked him, who sent you, he goes pillar to post and he's shifty about that information.
Yeah, okay, fine.
Now, there are other aspects, my lord, that I picked up from the bench questions throughout the evidence of Mr. Baloyi, the submission by the state, the submission by Mr. Mgomezulu, and amongst others, my lord, the question raised this aspect that it will be remiss and negligent for the cell masters, that is the police officers in the cells, to allow Mukhani to willy-nilly come in, enter the register, take the key, Mabena bring accused 1 or 2 in, lock him up and go without the assistance of the cell masters.
Yeah, we had 2 names at least.
Yes, we've
Actually,
got
there are
Mr.
4.
Molefe
Hello,
and
there are 4 names.
Ramaja.
Yeah, there's Ramaja and also the guys in Chabani.
Now, the 2, Ramaja and Molefe, are
Yeah,
in Tabane.
That's it, yeah.
Yes.
And then,
Now, my lord,
sorry, I think there are others.
I remember those
at
2.
Williams.
At Villeria, I remember
At
those 2. my
Valeria,
lord.
there were others at Valeria.
I-
I'll check that, but
Okay.
I remember that evidence.
Okay, my lord. Now, my lord, on that aspect, to show that at times, and we are not saying it's all at all the incidents, there are instances where Mohani particularly engaged in this conduct that the court says it's ridiculous to think that somebody will do that. And I'd like to quote, my lord, the passage of the proceedings of the 2nd of November, 2023, the transcript, video transcript of 2/11/2023 at page 43.
Yeah.
And then it starts with Mr. Baloyi asking Mohani, that's Mr. Baloyi leading Sergeant Mohani, and it says, Mr. Baloyi, just a minute before you proceed, you mentioned that you charged him for possession of ammunition. Was he processed at the cells at booking? We know that it's booking. Mr. Mohani, no, we just registered him in the OB, but we did not go into the cells of booking. And Mr. Baloyi, I just want you to show a document, Exhibit PP1. Do you recognize that entry, Mr. Mohani? Yes, I can see it. And then Mr. Baloyi, can you put the particulars on record, Mr. Mohani? It is written Saturday, 20 June 2020. Mr. Baloyi, yes. Mr. Mohani, there is an entry there that says 713, the time is 0040. It is written there, suspect detained, Detective Sergeant 50947-284, read and explained to the accused, understood and detained without injuries, correctly detained by me, signed Sergeant Mohani. It does not say a cell master participated according to this entry. Mohani wrote in the
But me
register.
and you know
Yes,
that it was a transit
yes,
booking in.
yes.
Yes, because they had to go to, they went to...
Primrose.
Yeah, Primrose.
Primrose. But
And they just facilitated the charging of the gentleman
Yes.
there.
Yes.
There was no intention for the gentleman to be booked there and remain there.
Yes.
They had to go to Primrose and thereafter go to his quarters at Villiers. That's how they explain it.
my lord, my understanding of this point is different.
Okay, fine, no problem.
All I'm showing is that whether in transit to him
Yeah,
here,
you're
according
right,
to
yeah,
his,
fine.
his evidence.
No problem.
The other issue that the court considered was the interpretation by Ms. Motlaping. My lord,
Miss,
Ms. Motlaping, we've never questioned
There are no problems.
the credentials
Yeah,
of
there
Ms.
are no
Motlaping.
problems,
Yes, that came up, my lord. That one. We've covered the issue of the assaults, my lord. My lord, if I may be given a second to have, I think I'm at the end of my submissions to have my.
yeah, fine.
As it pleases the court, my lord. Now, at the end, our submission is that the confession statements and the pointing outs that were allegedly made by accused 1 and 2, they must be ruled inadmissible on the basis that they were not freely and voluntarily made, my lord.
Okay,
As the court pleases.
thank you. Yes, Mr. Mnisi?
I think the court will know that for the better part of the oral submissions, I have not been part of the proceedings.
Yes.
So,
Yeah, I thought you were a sangoma. Otherwise, we sangoma, but we are bonisha. It's a joke, you know.
yes, my lord, and unfortunately,
Yeah.
I could not even been able to follow the submissions on all the social medias.
But you,
Now,
you,
to
you
avoid-
read, you read this, the hate, of course. You
Yes,
read
I
the
went
hate.
through the hate, that is so, my lord,
That-
yes.
What is on the hate is what they said.
As it is the court, my lord. What I'm basically saying, in order to avoid prolixity,
Yes, yes, I hear you.
may say that I am satisfied with what has been captured in the heads of my colleague and as well as their oral argument.
Okay.
I would therefore
Okay.
have nothing to add. My lord, the fact that in the grounds for the objection of the admissibility of the confessions, certain grounds are not specifically mentioned.
Yeah, we know that. Me and you know that.
That does not.
You can come in with a million grounds.
Yes, my lord.
No problem.
But the fact that certain grounds are not specifically mentioned at the outset of the
You
commencement
can argue that also.
of the trial within a trial,
Yeah.
that is not a bar to the court to infuse whatever that the court will deem an irregularity
Yes,
on how the statements were obtained.
that's correct.
For to do so, my lord, would be an indication that the court is adopting a piecemeal approach to the evaluation of the evidence.
No, I'm
And
aware of it.
unfortunately, The Supreme Court as
aware
well
of
as
that.
the Constitutional Court and so many authorities, my lord, it's well aware
Yeah.
on how evidence should be approached by a court listening to the facts of the
Yes.
case. Except that I've got nothing further, my lord.
Okay.
Thank you, my lord.
Masengumalo.
Thank you, my lord. On behalf of accused number 4, I have no address. Thank you.
Ms. Mtololo.
My lord, I think on the heads that I have submitted, my lord, I have addressed, my lord, the circumstances under which the statements were
Yeah.
taken, the statement which are dealing with their admissibility, and they have further been elaborated by Mr. Mkomezulu and Ramos.
Stand by your heads.
Stand by my head, yes.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thanks. Are you entitled to a replik? Engineer Baloyi.
As the court pleases, perhaps, and to a certain extent by,
I know I'm not representing accused number 1 and 2, but it's not about the proceedings, about all the accused.
Yeah, no, quite.
And the interpretation from the submissions made by Mr. Mkomezulu has not been interpreted, my lord.
No, this gentleman,
Submissions,
he's going to interpret all the submissions made. He's got the heads and he's listening. And he has already interpreted the evidence in chief of the state. Am I correct, sir? That has been interpreted. So what he must interpret is the
submissions.
arguments by Mr. Mgomezulu and Mr. Ramosepili.
Yes, but my lord, it is important that they follow the proceedings as well, that the interpretation be done during the proceedings.
No, that will be awkward. Because when he coughs and says, he must also cough so that it's contemporaneous. Are you saying that? Please. Right, Mr. Ramosepili. I mean, Mr. Baloyi.
as the court pleases, the first issue pertains to the argument advanced by Mr. Mgomezulu, and is also contained in the heads by Advocate Mshololo that the state did not prove that the 3 officers are justices of the peace.
Yeah, I remember
Just want to refer them to this handbook by Ditoy and others, Commentary on the Criminal Procedure Act, at pages
Pages?
2, 4,
Yeah.
and it goes,
Uh-huh.
a commissioned officer of the South African Police is, in terms of Section 4 of the Justices of the Peace and Commissioners of Oath Act 16 of 1963, read with the first schedule to that act ex officio,
Yeah.
a justice of the peace, and therefore entitled to take a confession. We did make this point in passing in the beginning, but they are ex officio justices of the peace, so there's no need for the states to prove anything. My colleague, Mr. Mgomezulu, was contending that they should have presented the appointment certificates to that effect, but we submit, my lord, that they are ex officio justices of the peace.
Okay.
Then,
There's a case if you want to hear some more about that exigency. I'll give you the full quotation. Yeah, so what else do you want to raise?
yes, then reference was made to the decision of State versus Toki and others.
Yes.
The court requested a full
Yeah, they
decision.
gave me a half a judgment.
Yes. We have the full judgment here. It's, to start with, it's
The case judgment.
a decision by a single judge sitting on circuit in the Eastern Cape Division. So,
What's the legal status of a judgment like that? Vis-a-vis?
yes, in terms of the stare decisis principle, it's not really binding on this court.
Okay.
And secondly,
Maybe it's persuasive at the West.
the reading through the judgment, we submit that the judge made these comments obiter. In other words, they are not the binding part of his judgment, because he gives his judgment, then after giving his judgment, he then goes on these issues, amongst others, regarding the
Advisability or not.
the interpreter. And the facts in the present case are different from the facts in that case, because in that case, the commission officers were in the same, unit
Yeah.
as the investigating officer. And his remarks pertaining to the interpreter must also contextualize, because he says just before I get to that, the point that I wanted to make, that his remarks were obiter. At paragraph 45, he says, for these reasons, he pronounces his verdict. Then the case presents another example of one where the state case is predicated on confession made by the accused. Then he goes, he says serious issues emerge which call for comment. So, he's just giving
But the ratio dividendi there, it's basically that
a comment.
he says the legislature must consider
Yes.
making it a binding legal precept that interpreters should be, as a matter of law, required even to interpret for justices of the peace.
Indeed, my lord.
That's
but-
what he says.
Yes,
basically.
but the difference there is that the reliability and accuracy of the statements were called into question. So the correctness of the interpretation had to be proven.
That's it.
Whereas in this instance, my lord, the accused merely denied that they made the statements. In paragraph 49, it says it is clear from the evidence in the present matter that the investigation team sometimes elected to make use of commission officers who were either part of the investigating team or part of the personnel at the same police station when seeking recordal of a confession or pointing out, as he calls them, in-house commissioned officers, which is not the position here. Then a paragraph 50, the paragraph that my learned friends referred to, it says, all too frequently commission officers who record confessions do not use the services of an interpreter. Then on the next page, he continues that he says the following: the reliability and accuracy of the statements is frequently called into question. It is frequently asserted that the statement was, but as we have already submitted, my lord, that this case is distinguishable in the sense that the accuracy of the interpretation is not in issue.
Not being assailed. But actually, the defense here is that these statements were made by the police.
Yes,
In short.
Then, regarding the points that were made by Mr. Ramusipili, we have already made this point regarding the approach that the court should follow.
Okay.
We have already made this point that it is two-stage inquiry. The court will have to determine whether Section 217 admissibility requirements have been met, but these requirements must be read subject to the constitutional requirements, Section 35, as we've pointed out, the rights of the accused, but more importantly, Section 35(5) of the Constitution, which requires that evidence to be excluded if it was obtained in a manner that violates any right in the Bill of Rights.
Yes. Fine, yeah.
And we've already submitted, my lord, that the state has succeeded in showing that no assault had taken place and that the accused rights in terms of Section 35 of the Constitution were explained to them. We've referred to the relevant exhibit and the Section 35 rights were explained to the accused. Then Section 35(5) has not been triggered because the trigger for Section 35(5) is that it must be shown that a fundamental right as entrenched in the Bill of Rights has been infringed. And in our submission, my lord, the weight of the evidence in our submission is that the statements were not obtained in a manner that violates any right in the Constitution. Mr. Ramsepile just submitted now that that the lengthy or the sleep deprivation and the detention of accused number 2 and the circumstances that he described amount to torture. We, in our submission, my lord, there's no evidence that there was a deliberate, as we have already indicated, that there was a deliberate act to influence the will of the accused. We submit that there's no evidence that indicates that the police did anything to try and bend the will of the accused.
What? Who's the judge, by the way, who uses that language? Is it Schutz?
Yeah, I think Schutz.
Schutz.
Schutz, yeah,
Yeah,
Schutz.
yeah, okay.
Schutz.
No.
It was held that there has to be a connection between
Right.
the assault as well as the making of the statements.
That's the case of Mchininda, ne?
Yes.
Where my brother Mutata was appearing.
Yes,
2000.
indeed.
Oh, 1999.
Yes, indeed. Where I think it's been quoted by Mr. Ramusipili, where I think Judge Scott said that
Yeah.
you don't look into a trial within a trial. You don't peer into the trial within a trial as well as the main trial, but he said it's a one-way glass. You know, you can look into what was said in the main trial, but you cannot, when you're busy with the trial within a trial, look at what was said in the trial. But when you're busy with the main trial, you cannot look at what was said in the trial within a trial.
Okay.
And yeah, there's this case that the authors Ditoy and others refer to of Ntaniso and others, where the court held that it was Judges Prela and Kumalo held that evidence to be admissible because even though the appellants had been assaulted prior to making the confession, it has not been shown that any causal connection had existed between the assaults and the making of the confession as required for the operation of Section 35(5). But in our submission, my lord, there hasn't been in our submission, my lord, proof of any assaults on the accused persons. And just further on, the authors refer to the test that must be applied, and they say the confessions will be excluded if the accused's freedom of volition is sufficiently impaired. And we submit, my lord, that there's no such evidence.
Sorry, just give you a full citation. It was in Pretoria, this case, ne? Preller and Kumar were sitting here.
Yes, there was a dissenting judgment, but yeah, I see it's Bagani and others.
Yeah.
2017, volume 1.
Wait, Patani and others?
2017,
Yeah.
volume 1, SACR 576.
Okay. And that page on the do it, it's page number 2, what?
It's page 4261.
6-1.
Yes, 24-61.
Okay.
Then just few aspects that were raised by Mr. Mgomezulu and Mr. Ramsipil as well, that the J50 was obtained for accused number 1 under false pretense. We submit that Brigadier Gininda has sufficiently dealt with that aspect. In fact, the evidence is to the contrary. That case, the Tembisa case, was taken to court and it went through its paces in court. We therefore submit that there was a just cause, my lord, to obtain the warrant against accused number 1.
It was the drug test, the drug case. The one in Tembisa, was it the drugs one?
Yes, the drug case, my lord.
And it was finalized.
No, I'm sorry, it was possession of firearm, possession of
so, yeah.
firearm and ammunition.
Is that the one that was that went through the whole
Yes,
hog?
yes.
And was finalized.
And was finalized, my lord.
Okay.
The first one is the contention that the report that accused number 1 made to a magistrate regarding an assault during the proceedings of the 10th of July 2020, that the magistrate should have explored record by Sergeant Mohola that she did approach accused number 1 regarding a statement, but that accused number 1 did not finish any statement. This was also confirmed by Brigadier Gininda. Then another aspect that was raised by Mr. Ramsipili relates to the alleged assault during the pointings out on the 5th of June 2020. And in this regard, we just want to refer to the proceedings of the 23rd of October 2023 at page 55, beginning from line 19. Mr. Mgomezulu, he says the following: to first arrest, and that is accused 1 was transported from Villara police station to first arrest, and he says the following, to Alberton, Mr. Mgomezulu, to first arrest, and he was subjected, then took him to Alberton. After that, he was, according to his instruction, he was instructed to point out the place where the incident took place. After that, he was transported from Alberton to a certain place. Then on page 62 of the record of the 16th of February 2024, the 6th of February 2024, my lord, when he was testifying, accused number 1 then says, line 3, accused 1, I knew, my lord, that I would come here, and he was now asked as to why did he not confirm what Mr. Mgomezulu said about being assaulted and tortured by the TRT police? He then says, I knew, my lord, that I would come here and testify and explain as to how everything happened. As I'm saying that it was the traffic cops or traffic officers that were there in Vosloorus, and upon arrival in Alberton, then we found the TRT police. So once again, my lord, what the accused is saying is at variance with what his counsel put on record. Then regarding the reporting of the assault at Villeria Police Station to a police officer during the proceedings of the 6th of February 2024, from line 10, my colleague Advocate Sibanda puts it to accused number 1 as follows. Okay, you also testified in this court that there's a certain man that came, a police officer according to contacts, that came to you and asked you about the assault at Villeria Police Station. Then accused 1 responds, yes, I did say so. And Advocate Banda, when was that? Accused 1, I do not remember the day as to when it happened, because as far as days are concerned, I'm unable to recall that, or on this day this happened, and on a particular day this is what happened. Then Advocate Sibanda at line 20, so you cannot even recall the said police officer, his name, is he in uniform? Accused number 1, yes. And Mr. Advocate Sibanda then asked him, is the name not written on the badge of his chest? And accused number 1 says no. Here, my lord, we make the submission that the evidence of accused number 1 is vague. He lacks details of the police officer to whom he allegedly reported the assault. There's no evidence that he made any follow-up regarding that complaint, and there's evidence, my lord, by Lieutenant Colonel Swanepoel that there's a change of shifts every 12 hours, cell inspection every hour, and there's also, my lord, the IPID that's also in the picture that's monitoring any abuse of power by the police, and none of this, my lord, was activated. That's not true. My lord, these are the only aspect that we wanted to reply on, my lord.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Interpreter, what's your time there?
It's 2 minutes before 1.
Okay, you've got the heads, ne?
Yes, madam.
You must take the heads of Mr. Ramasipiri, all the heads.
Yes, madam.
Did what you did the previous day.
That's the court.
Okay, we come back at 2 o'clock.
Thank you, madam. Sukuma uye watshela inkantolo ukuthi uzokhulumela umsola wokuqala nowesibini nangokho umsola wesibini bese sekathe akasasebenzisi umnumzana uMngomezulu kodwa bavumelene nomnumzana uRamsipili. Uthe umnumzana uMngomezulu mayiqala uthi umangalelo wokuqala nowesibini bona ke kulayi ukuthi baye baboshwa. Umsola wokuqala uyena oboshwe eqala eboshwa la ukuthi umnumzana uMngomezulu uthi uboshwe nge-30 zika May 2020 wayisiwa ke eDeepkloof la ukuthi umsola wokuqala kula ayewayogunyuluka khona futhi kwamele kubonakaliswe ukuthi lokhu kugunyuluka kwakade kusemthethweni. Umsola wokuqala uye wagonyuluka ebekade efisa yena ukuthi agonyuluke hayi ukuthi ephoqiwe. Manje ke uma eqhubeka umnumzana uMngomezulu uthi ke uma sekaya kwi-5 zika June kulayi ukuthi umsola wokuqala yena ke uye wayohlanganiswa no Colonel Hadebe ebekade eyokhomba la ukuthi umnumzana uMngomezulu uthi lokho kukhomba lokho kwakade kungekho emthethweni ngoba umsolwa akusukuthi yena wayekade efisa ukuyokhomba khona lapho ukuthi umsolwa ubekade eshayiwe ingakho kugcine seyikuthi uyokhomba nendawo eyikuthi yena umsolwa wokuqala uthi wayekade engayazi leyo ndawo leyo. Manje kuhlangene lana njengoba nginichazisela ukuthi kumayelana nomsolwa wokuqala nowesibini uyaphinda umnumzana uMngomezulu uthi manje ukuya ngomsolwa wesibini uSandiso Ntanzi yena uboshwe nge-16 zika June makaqeda wayisiwa nge-19 zika June ukuthi ayogonyuluka eMroka police station ku Colonel Raphadu. Nako lapho uthi umnumzane uMngomezulu kwakade kungekho emthethweni ngoba umsolwa uthi yena uphoqiwe ukuthi ayogonyuluka ngaleyo ndlela. Uma eqhubeka uthi uNtanzi uye wayisiwa ke kuMantshi uKronye la ukuthi bekade sekuyi-24 zika June la ukuthi nakhona akagonyulukanga ebekade ezimisele yena ukuthi ubekade ephoqiwe eyisiwe kuMantshi ngayo leyo ndlela leyo. Futhi kulayi ukuthi abameli baye babona basukuma bathi cha leyo nto abavumelani nayo ngoba umsolwa wokuqala nowesibini bona banesikhalazo esifanayo sokuthi baphoqiwe ukuthi bagonyuluke akusukuthi kwakade kuyintando yabo ngoba abasolwa kusukela ngalesikhathi beze beboshwa bebalibele bashawa ngamaphoyisa. Umsolwa wokuqala nowesibini baye bakhuluma ngokuthi bashayiwe futhi bachubiwa nangeplastiki la ukuthi bekade ifakwa ebusweni babo bona bagcine seyikuthi ngemva kokuthi kugonyulukiwe kugcine seyikuthi abasolwa bona bayaphoqelelwa ukuthi basayinde lezo statement eyikuthi zize seyikuthi abasolwa bona bathi zize sezibhaliwe akusukuthi zibhalwe ngemva kokuthi abasolwa bona bakhulume. Futhi ke niyena biza ufakazi okhona lana oye wabizwa ufakazi uMakhubo ofike naye ephana ngobufakazi bakhe. Uma kubhekwa ke ubufakazi oyikuthi bubizwe ubushushisi kuye kwabizwa abaphenyi balelicala kwaphinda futhi kwabizwa nabantu laba abekade behamba belandelela imoto zamaphoyisa laba ababizwa phecelezi iSWAT labe bakade be-escorta imoto zamaphoyisa. Futhi kuye kwabizwa nabofakazi ebekade bebhala lo kuyakogunyuluka njengoba ukuthi kuyakhulunywa ngabo kuthiwa ubushushisi bubabizile futhi baphinda ubushushisi baletha ubufakazi baleya moto ebekade kuhanjwa ngayo ngobufakazi kwalethwa ubufakazi be-AVL kwalethwa ucwepheshe obekade ezophana ngabo ubufakazi ukuthi ihambe kanjani leya moto yaze yaphelela phi kwagcina ngobufakazi bukadokotela eyikuthi umsolwa wokuqala yena uyasho ukuthi emveni kokuboshwa kwakhe kulayi ukuthi ugcine seyikuthi ushawa ufaswa nezankosi eziye zamqinisa izandla kodwa uma elibele eya emaphoyiseni amaphoyisa bona uma bebhala bathi ababonanga ukulimala ezandleni lapho nangokho kubekade kubonakala ukuthi umsolwa yena uye walimala. Manje ke ngomsolwa wesibini abameli bona bathi ke lokuyagonyuluka njengoba kakade kungekho emthethweni bona bacela ukuthi inkantolo ibone ukuthi vele kakade kungekho emthethweni ngenxa yokuthi abasolwa baphoqiwe futhi abameli bona bathi ngalesi sikhathi umsolwa wesibini ezebe eshawa kulayi eboshwa kulayi ukuthi ukushawa kwakhe kuqale khona ngoba ithema yebuza amaphoyisa ukuthi nabo abazibona abaziveze ukuthi bangobani kulayi ukuthi iphoyisa uma bhena liye lamshaya ngempama lagcina seyikuthi lithi kuye ungazenzi umuntu ohlakaniphile izinto ukuthi ziyaphikisanwa ngazo lezi izinto manje kwamele kubhekwe nokuthi yini ukugonyuluka kahle kahle ukuya ngomthetho ukugonyuluka kwamele kubonakalise ukuthi umuntu lo yena uyavuma ukuthi uwenze icala lokho kugcina sekufaniswa nokuthi umuntu uvuma phambi kwamanje noma phambi kwenkantolo ukuthi yebo icala leli mina ngilenzile uma umuntu kuthiwa uyagonyuluka lokho kuyafaniswa nokuthi umuntu uvuma icala bese ukuyokhomba ke indawo ethize kulayi ukuthi kuthiwa umnumzana Mngomezulu uma iqhubeka uthi kula umuntu ethi yena uyobonisa amaphoyisa ukuthi leli cala leli athi ulenzile njengoba egonyuluka lo muntu loyo uthi ngilenze endaweni ethize lokho kugonyuluka lokho kwamele kube ngendlela ekuthi yena umuntu uye oyikuthi uyazivumela kumaphoyisa akusukuthi uyaphoqwa uye okwamele anike amaphoyisa lolo lwazi lolo kodwa kuleli cala abameli bona bathi abasolwa bathuseliwe abasolwa bashayiwe futhi abasolwa bona baye bahlukunyezwa nokuhlukunyezwa uma kubhekwa ke ukuthi umuntu uma inkuthi ingqondo yakhe yayikade ikwesiphi isimo umsolwa uma eshayiwe bathi abameli umsolwa akabi kwingqondo elungile ukuthi umuntu angahle akhulume izinto ngoba uzogcina ekhuluma izinto ezizabe ziyenza ukuthi mhlawumbe kuyekwe ukushawa noma akwazi ukuzivikela nokuthi abasolwa bebakade belibele behlukunyezwa njengoba bebakade belibele beshawa ngayo leyo ndlela leyo futhi umnumzana Mngomezulu uphane nangeminye imizekelo la ukuthi imithetho iye yakhulunywa ebekade idlulile kunelinye icala futhi eliye lakhuluma nokuthi uma umuntu eyogonyuluka kwamele kube netoliki isikhulukazi uma umsolwa yena uma engakwazi noma engalazi leli limi elisetshenziswayo uma kuyogonyuluka engakwazi ukuyokhuluma isingisi noma engazwani nalo muntu lo ozabe egonyuluka enaye futhi ke ubushushisi bona buye baletha nobufakazi ukuthi abofakazi bobushushisi bona bathi cha abazange abasolwa bona bashawe noma bahlukunyezwe ngalendlela abameli bayisho ngayo futhi labo fakazi labo bona baye bahlonywa imibuzo ekutheni bekade abameli bafuna ukubonisa ukuthi ngempela abasolwa ngeke bavele bayiqambele bathi bona bashayiwe ukuthi bebakade bengashawanga njengoba ikuthi abameli bona basho ukuthi abasolwa bathe bona baye bashawa kuleli cala uma kuqhutshekwa ke umnumzana Mngomezulu ithe uma seka songa ubufakazi uye washo futhi nokuthi ithombe yebo zilethiwe futhi kubonisiwe nokuthi abasolwa basayinile futhi kubonisiwe nokuthi abasolwa amagama wabo akhona lapho kodwa into esemqoka uthe umnumzana Mngomezulu lezo ithombe akusukuthi abasolwa bebakade bezimisele ukuthi kuthathwe lezo ithombe futhi abasolwa akusukuthi bebakade bazimisele ukuthi basayine lapho futhi akusukuthi abasolwa yibona abayibanika labantu laba amagama wabo ukuthi bona bafisa ukugonyuluka ngaleyo ndlela abasolwa baphoqiwe ukuthi bagonyuluke enye into futhi amaphoyisa laba abazange babonise ubuchwepheshe babo noma itifiketi zabo ezibonisayo ukuthi ngempela bona uKennel Raphadu noKennel Mbotho babekade banegunya lokuthi bangathatha ukugonyuluka njengoba umthetho sisekelo usho ukuthi umuntu okwamele athathe ukugonyuluka umuntu oyikuthi yena unikwe igunya noma ilungelo umthetho sisekelo owalapha eMzansi Afrika. Futhi ke umsolwa uNtanzi noSibiya bona ke bayacela ukuthi lobu bufakazi lobu bokugunyuluka bungasetshenziswa la enkantolo ngoba bona babenze lokho ngemva kokuthi bashayiwe, ngemva kokuthi bebakade bephoqiwe. Akusiyinto ebona bazifisele ukuthi bona bebakade befisa ukuthi bangagunyuluka. Futhi ke enye into esemqoka kuthiwa ke umnumzana Mngomezulu uma iqhubeka uthi uBrigadier Gininda ngalesikhathi ephana ngobufakazi bakhe kunesi statement ukuthi uye wasifunda leso statement esikhuluma ngomsolwa wesithupha. Umnumzana Mngomezulu uyachaza lana ukuthi kukhulunywe ngoKhelly Khumalo oculayo kodwa akuzange lo msolwa loyo aboshwe njengoba umnumzana Mngomezulu eyichaza khona lapho. Uye wakhuluma futhi nangamanye amacala ewabantu ubani umuntu oyikuthi angahle ayoyisebenzisa ngamafuphi kulelo cala kuye kwakhulunywa kanjalo. Futhi ke uma kubhekwa ubufakazi beAVL buyabonisa ukuthi imoto lebekade uNtanzi kuhanjwa ngayo ihambe ngazo lezonke lezi indlela ukuthi uNtanzi wayekade ekhuluma ngazo, futhi iye yahamba yayoma nakule engine garage ukuthi uNtanzi naye uthe imoto iye yama engine garage la bekade eshawa khona. Ubufakazi beAVL buyabonisa ukuthi leyo moto iye yama nase engine garage, futhi umsolo wesibini yena uyasho ukuthi imoto iye yadlula yama ngase Chris Hani Baragwana ngalesikhathi kuyiwa eMoroka. iAVL yebo noNgodi oye wafika ufike washo naye ukuthi imoto iyabonakala ilaphayana ngase Baragwana la ukuthi iye yayenza le yanto ebekade bayibize iGPS unlocked ukuthi akubonakala ukuthi imoto ngaleso sikhathi kwenzakalani ngayo. Ubekade efikile ekhuluma uNgodi umnumzana uDupriez. Futhi ke kuyabonakala ukuthi imoto le ebekade ihambisa uNtanzi yona bekade kunobufakazi bokuthi imhambise ngamaphi amalanga, futhi nabofakazi nabo bafikile basho ukuthi ngempela imoto leyo imhambisile kodwa kuyaphikwa. Abofakazi bayaphika ukuthi uNtanzi ushayiwe ngalendlela ukuthi yena uyasho ukuthi ushawe ngayo. Bese ke abameli bathi bona bayacela ukuthi lokugunyuluka lokhu kubonakale kungekho emthethweni. Bese umnumzana Mngomezulu uma esekaqeda uthe yena ucela ukuthi ukugunyuluka kubonakale kungekho emthethweni ngenxa yokuthi ubushushisi buhlulekile ukubonisa ukuthi nina nigonyuluke ngendlela ebekade isemthethweni, nibe nikade nifisa ukugonyuluka, nibe nikade kuyini ebenikade nikhuluma lokhu bekade kubhalwa. Futhi bona bayaphika ngenxa yokuthi nina niyenasho ukuthi nishayiwe nahlukunyezwa futhi anizange niyenze lokugunyuluka ngentando yenu. Ngamafuphi ubufakazi oyingxoxisano ezikamnumzana uNgomezulu ebekade ehlanganise ubufakazi bukamsolo wokuqala nowesibili. As the court pleases, my lord, I am done with the heads of Mr. Mngomezulu.
Yeah, come to Mr. Ramsipidi.
Manje ke umnumzana uRamsipidi ke namhlanje uye washo naye okunye okukhulunywa umnumzana Ramsipidi kunalaye ukuthi umnumzana Mngomezulu uthinte khona ngalokho benilibele nibona mhlawumbe lenkantolo libele ikhuluma nomnumzana Ramsipidi. Okunye akuphindile ngeke ngisaphinda ngoba sengidlule kuko ngapha. Uyasho umnumzana uRamsipidi ukuthi yebo umsolo wokuqala uboshwe nge-30 zika May wayisiwa ke eDiepkloof kulaye ukuthi uye wayohlangana futhi nomnumzana uKennel Hadebe nge-5 zika June. Futhi ke abameli bayacela futhi bayabonisa futhi nokuthi umsolwa uye wathathwa ke wayisiwa nge-19 zika June wayisiwa wayohlangana nomantshi uVivian Gronyela ukuthi bekade kuse Boksburg nge-24 zika June kulaye ukuthi ubekade eyisiwe enkantolo. Futhi ke isizathu esenza ukuthi abameli basukume bathi cha lento asivumelani nayo ukuthi umsolwa wesibini aze asayinde. Umsolwa wokuqala naye kuthiwa ke amalungelo wakhe ukuya ngomthethosikelo aye waqamukelwa la ukuthi umsolwa naye ithe makalibele kusa esahlonywa imibuzo kula ukuthi kuye kwathiwa kuzomiwa ke ngoba umsolwa yena ingathi ufuna ukugonyuluka futhi ke umsolwa ithe makulibele ukuqhubeka esikhathini kuye kwagcinwa seyukuthi naye amaphoyisa bathi asayinde istatement. Manje ke uma kuqhubekwa ke khona la umnumzana uRamsipidi ubonisa naye eminye imithetho sisekelo noma amanye amaqala ukuthi aye wabheka ukuthi lamaqala mhlawumbe angahle afane nalamaqala nalelicala ukuthi nibhekene nalo. Futhi ke umnumzana Ramsipidi uthi into eyikuthi kwamele ibhekwe ukuthi abasolwa bebakade bona ngokwabo kuyibo ebefuna ukugonyuluka futhi bekwenza lokho bangaphoqwanga kungena nokuhlukunyezwa okuthize obekade kwenzakala kubona. Manje ke uyabonisa ke umnumzana Ramsipidi ukuthi lezi statement ezenzwe ku Colonel Mbotho istatement ezingekho emthethweni ngemva kokuthi amalungelo kamsolwa wokuqala ukuya ngomthetho sisekelo osetshenziswa la eMzantsi Afrika uye wagcina sekuthi lamalungelo wona ayaqamukelwa ngenxa yokuthi kuyabonakala ukuthi uKolonel namanye amaphoyisa kwakade kuno Constable Buthelezi uSadike namaphoyisa awe EMPD abekade beyiswar behamba bebonke. Manje ke inkantolo iye yabuza ukuthi ubani ukuya ngomthetho obophe umsolwa wokuqala. Umsolwa wokuqala uye washo ke umnumzana Ramsipidi ukuthi kukhulunywe ukuthi uboshwe Sergeant Mohola eyikuthi lapho nalapho ke uthi umnumzana uRamsipidi naye umsolwa wokuqala uye waqala wahlukunyezwa khona lapho ngoba uye walaliswa phansi. Ukuphakama kwakhe uphakamiswe ngezankosi zisemuva ekuthi zazikade ziqinisiwe bemdonsa khona lapho nalabo abanye ebatholakele banaye nabo baye bahlukunyezwa kodwa lapho akasangenanga kakhulu kulabanye amalisa labe bokade umsolwa wesibili wokuqala enabo kodwa uthi ukuhlukunyezwa kuqalwe khona lapho. Futhi ke iphoyisa uSergeant Mohola no umnumzana uButhelezi nabo baye babizwa ke ukuthi babe ngabofakazi la ukuthi baye basho nabo njengoba behlonywa imibuzo ukuthi ngempela umnumzana uSibiya uye waphakanyiswa ngazo ozankosi bezikade zimqinisile ezandleni futhi bekade kubhlungu kubonisa nokuthi izandla zazikade zidumbile futhi ephuma negazi umnumzana elethabongo la ukuthi ufike washawa khona ngemva kokuthi aboshwe. Futhi uye waqhubeka wayoshawa eFosloras la ukuthi kwakade kuyindawo eyakaMaspali futhi umsolwa uye washo ukuthi yena uye waqhubeka futhi wayoshawa nasesiphoyiseni saseDeepkloof kula ukuthi ubekade eyogonyuluka khona. Umsolwa wokuqala ke uye waqhukuye kwaqhutshekwa kwathiwa umsolwa ke uye wahlonywa nemibuzo ekuthi imibuzo yakhona yakade kungasimibuzo ecacile kakade kuyimibuzo efuna nje ukuthi umsolwa wokuqala yena izinto azikhulumayo bese ziyabhalwa kuyasheshwa kubhalwa phansi ukuthi umsolwa lezinto azikhulumayo kusho ukuthi uyabonisa ukuthi uyagonyuluka njengoba akazange anikwe ithuba lokuthi achaze zonke izinto ebekade efuna ukuzikhuluma njengoba umsolwa wayekade eshawa amaphoyisa. Futhi kuchaziwe ukuthi amaphoyisa abekade emshaya kwakade kungasiphoyisa elilodwa noma amaphoyisa amabini kodwa kwakade kuyiqembu lamaphoyisa amaphoyisa emaningi khona lapho. Kuye kwabuzwa futhi nemibuzo ukubuzwa abofakazi. Iphoyisa liye lasho ke ukuthi yebo umsolwa mayefika kumina ngiye ngambona ukuthi ozankosi zazikade ziqinile ezandleni futhi ngazivula kancane ngabona ukuthi umsolwa wayekade enamachaphezi wegazi futhi wayekade edumbile khona laphayana ezandleni. uKolonel Mbotho into ayibonile uma umsolwa wokuqala efika kuyena. Manje uyacela ke umnumzana uRamsipidi uyacela ukuthi kubonwe ukuthi leya mpendulo yakhe uKolonel Mbotho iyabonisa ukuthi leyo mpendulo leyo impendulo ebonisayo ukuthi lo muntu lo wayekade elimele akusukuthi nje kunala kweloza nkosi naye angahle akhale ngalobo buhlungu loyo angahle adumbe nangokho umnumzana Ramsipidi eshilo ukuthi akusiyena umsolwa wokuqala kodwa uyacabanga ukuthi umsolwa wokuqala wayekade ezizwa kanjani. Umsolwa ke ufikile naye ithema kaphana ngobufakazi washo ukuthi yena uye wafakwa uplastiki ebusweni ebekade idonselwa emuva, idonswa ukuthi angakwazi ukuphefumula futhi balibele ebanjiwe ngasemuva. Ithe uma eboshwa umsolwa uye washo ukuthi uye watshelwa washawa mahlandla amathathu nge-30 zika May, washawa eFosloras ethembisa nase Deep Kloof njengoba bese sekuchaziwe. Futhi ke ubushushisi bona buye babonisa ke ukuthi umsolwa yena njengoba ethi ushayiwe kodwa abazange amaphoyisa bamshaye, kodwa umsolwa yena ushilo ukuthi wayekade enalokho ukulimala futhi nephoyisa lifikile enkantolo lasho ukuthi yebo libonile ukuthi wayekade elimele. Futhi nezinto ezibhalwe nakuma OB wamaphoyisa uthi umnumzana Ramusipili ucela ukuthi kubonakale ukuthi akusilona iqiniso ngoba bebabhala izinto ebona bazikhethayo amaphoyisa ebabona ukuthi lezo zinto ngeke zibafake enkingeni ngoba uma bengabhala ukuthi abasolwa balimele kungahle kubuzwe ukuthi bebalimele balinyazwe yini, kodwa ke akazange agxile kakhulu nalapho. Yena ugxile endabeni yokuthi abasolwa babonisile ukuthi bashayiwe, kunalayi ukuthi futhi uyasho umnumzana Ramusipili ukuthi amaphoyisa bebashaya abasolwa ngendlela yokuthi abasolwa bangabonisi izimpawu zokuthi balimele. Nangokho umsolwa wokuqala yena uye washo ukuthi wayekade ekhahlelwa. Umnumzana Ramusipili uyasho ukuthi yebo ukhahleliwe umsolwa kodwa akuzange kubonakale, nakhona bekuya ngokuthi wayekade ekhahlelwa kanjani. Umnumzana uBaloyi yena uma seka phakama uye wathi ke kuyabonisa ukuthi umsolwa kunezinto ukuthi uyazikhetha noma ubufakazi bakhe akusubufakazi obuneqiniso ngoba lezinto azishoyo akusizinto ukuthi usho amagama wabantu kule ndaba elandelayo. Umsolwa uye yena wacela esiphoyiseni saseValeria ukuthi atshele iphoyisa ukuthi yena wayekade eshayiwe futhi yena uthanda ukuthi afake isikhalazo leso sokuthi kubhekwe futhi naseyincwadini ukuthi lamaphoyisa laba abamlethile amaphoyisa ukuthi bebakade bemshaya, futhi ucela ukuthi kubhekwe nokuthi kubhaliwe na eyincwadini ukuthi umsolwa ushayiwe. Umsolwa owokuqala yena akazange asho igama lephoyisa elithize elaseValeria la ukuthi uthe umsolwa iphoyisa lelo liye lathi ndoda labantu laba abakulethile abantu abaphezulu kwami ngomsebenzi angikwazi ukuthi ngingabhalela lesi sikhalazo ngenxa yokuthi bangaphezulu kwami. Manje umnumzana Baloyi uye wathi ngalokho kuyabonisa ukuthi awuzange usho igama lalo lelo phoyisa. Manje ukuya ngomnumzana Baloyi uthi wawukade uqaphula nje uzikhethela ukuthi ungathi mhlawumbe mangathi kunale phoyisa engilitshelile nangokho ngingasho igama ubufakazi bami buzothathwa bese buyavunywa. Bese naye umnumzana Ramusipili uma eqhubeka esho leyanto ecishe ifana nekamnumzana Mngomezulu ukuthi ubufakazi lobu obulethiwe yena uyacela ukuthi ubufakazi lobuyana bobushushisi buboniswe ukuthi akusilona iqiniso, futhi ucela ukuthi inkantolo ingavumi ukuthi lokuya kogunyuluka kuthathwe enkantolo busetshenziswe njengobufakazi. Yena uyacela ukuthi inkantolo ichithe lokuya kugunyuluka ngoba wayekade abasolwa akusukuthi yibona abazivumele ukuthi bangathanda ukukhuluma, futhi abasolwa akusukuthi basayindile, futhi abasolwa akusukuthi bayekade befisa ukugonyuluka ngaleyo ndlela leyo. Uma eqhubeka uyasho ke ukuthi uyacela futhi nokuthi lenkantolo lena ibone ukuthi umsolwa uye washo ukuthi ubekade elimele nala enkantolo elimele ezandleni ngalesikhathi ebekade eya kuKennel Mbotho, futhi naye uKennel Mbotho uye waqhubeka esho ukuthi ngempela umbonile umsolwa ukuthi wayekade elimele la ukuthi uye wagcina seyukuthi uyamkhulula kancane loza nkosi lezo ukuthi zingasamqinisi kakhulu, futhi ushilo umnumzana Ramusipili ephana nangobufakazi ukuthi kukhulunywe ngaliphi ilanga umnumzane uMbotho wayekade ekhuluma lezo zinto. Uyaqhubeka umnumzana Ramusipili uthi umsolwa wokuqala naye uye washo ukuthi eFosloras ubekade ehanjiswe namaphoyisa, ubekade ekhona iphoyisa umhola nase Valeria na umnumzana uGeninda uye wafika efika na ehamba naye uSergeant umhola la ukuthi kuye kwachazwa ukuthi isikhathi kwakade kungu ihora lesine futhi ke umnumzana uGeninda yena ufike ngehora lesithupha kula ukuthi bayasho ukuthi umsolwa wokuqala uye wahlukunyezwa ngokuthi amalungelo wakhe eqhamukelwe ngoba uthathwe isikhathi eside elibele enamaphoyisa nangokho bekade ehleli emotweni kodwa akusukuthi ubekade ekhululekile ngoba uma ingabe wayekade esemaselini bekuzobonisa ukuthi lo muntu ukhululekile ngoba uma umuntu engena emaselini uyaye akhunyulwe ozankosi futhi lo muntu loyo akwazi ukukhululeka akwazi nokuthi angahle ahlale kahle akwazi nokuzilula. Futhi ke uma eqhubeka umnumzana uRamusipidi uyasho ukuthi kuyazeka ukuthi umsolwa yena akazange afakwe emaselini eFosloras esiphoyiseni bekalibele ahleli emotweni leyana ebovu ngombala futhi imoto yayikade kuyi VW iGolf la ukuthi umsolwa uhleli kanjalo elibele efakwe uzankosi. Amaphoyisa kungani bangazange bona bathathe isinqumo sokuthi mhlawumbe bamfake esiphoyiseni esiseduze sase Fosloras? Uthi kuyabonakala ke khona lokho ukuthi kunento ebekade iyenzakala khona lapho kumsolwa wokuqala ngaleso sikhathi. Umsolwa wokuqala yena uye walimala futhi akusukuthi umsolwa wokuqala ulimele ngendlela eyikuthi akwazeki ukuthi ulinyazwe yini. Umsolwa umnumzana Ramusipidi uthi uyacela ukuthi kubonakala ukuthi njengoba umsolwa wayekade ehlaliswe kanjalo ikhona into eshaya amanzi ukuthi yayikade ingayenzeki esemthethweni. uSergeant umhola ubekade ebekwamele ukuthi afake umsolwa emaselini njengoba ubekade enomsolwa obekade othusa kanjalo ukuthi baze bahambe nangeimoto ezeSWAT balibele bathola iescort. Manje kungani bebakade begcine umsolwa emotweni nangokho umsolwa yena kungumuntu oyikuthi udinge nokuthi bahle bamtholele imoto ezinye eyikuthi zizokwazi ukuthi zihambe nabo. Futhi ke uyaqhubeka umnumzana uRamusipidi uthi ubushushisi buhlulekile ukubonisa ukuthi abasolwa bagunyuluke ngendlela esemthethweni kungubona bebekade bezigonyulukela bekade befisa ukugonyuluka. Ukuthi umnumzana uGeninda yena kungani eyewathatha isikhathi esingalingani namahora amabini ukuthi afike uthi akwazeki kodwa ikhona into eshaya amanzi ukuthi kungani umsolwa wokuqala wayekade egcinwe laphayana isikhathi esilingana namahora amabini. Futhi umsolwa wokuqala yena uye wagcinwa esiphoyiseni saseValeria nge-31 zikaMeyi yena wabuyiselwa isikhathi uma kusele imizuzu engama20 ngaphambi kwehora lesibini ntathakusa. Uyasho ukuthi uma kufikwa ke eValeria, iValeria indawo ekude ukuthi umndeni kamsolwa nabangani bakhe ngeke bakwazi ukuza bazombona ukuthi umsolwa ubekade ekwesiphi isimo. Futhi ke uthi uybayacela ke njengabameli ukuthi inkantolo ibone ukuthi ipolice station yaseDiepkloof nayo yayikade ikude la ukuthi abantu bebangeke bakwazi ukuthi umndeni wakamsolwa nawo uye uyovakashela umsolwa noma uyombona. Futhi ke bathi le ndaba leyo ukuthi umsolwa ugonyuluke ngendlela esemthethweni indaba eyikuthi ayikhonakali ngenxa yalezi zimo ebekade umsolwa edlula kuzo njengoba wayekade ehlukunyezwa eshawa. Manje ke uma siya kwindaba le eyenyanga le ekukhulunywa ngayo kuthiwa umsolwa wokuqala ithe yena uma esuswa esiphoyiseni saseValeria kuthiwa uya khona kuleyo nyanga leyo. Inyanga nayo iye yafika yaphana ngobufakazi eyikuthi umsolwa uphikisana nako ukuthi uye wayokhomba inyanga leyo. Manje ke uma sekuyiwa kwindaba eyenzakele nge5 zikaJune la umsolwa wayekade eyokhomba khona nakho ke kunemibuzo ukuthi abameli bathi bayayibuza imibuzo efana nokuthi leliya phepha elilethiwe iphepha ekuthi linamagama ayikuthi wona wayekade umsolwa engawazi, amagama ayikuthi akhuluma nangokuyokhomba la ikuthi impendulo iye yafika yathi yebo ngingahle ngiye ngiyokhomba, umsolwa yena esho athi yebo angahle aye ayokhomba, kodwa kuthiwa umsolwa wayekade engazi ukuthi kuthiwa uyokhomba ini kahle kahle ebekade yenzakele nini, ebekade kwenzakalani. Umsolwa wayekade engenalo lolo lwazi lolo. Manje bayacela ukuthi nabo lobo bufakazi lobo inkantolo ibuchithe, ukuthi umnumzana uBrigadier uGininda yena wayekade kungumuntu vele naye onegunya lokuthi angahle asize ngokuthi kuyogunyuluka laphayana, agcine seyikuthi ushaya ucingo. Lokho nayo into eyikuthi kuyamangazwa ukuthi umnumzana uGininda kungani angazange ashayele ucingo ekhulume nomphathi wakhe, ukuze umphathi wakhe kube uyena oyikuthi uyahlela ukuthi kutholakale unoma ubani loyo obekade ezosiza ngaloko kugunyuluka. Futhi ke umnumzana uGininda ukuthi ubekade ekhulumani nalabo bantu ecingweni, uthi umnumzana Ramusipili akwazeki, nangokho aye wathola Colonel Hadebe obekade esuka eRustenburg ukuthi azosiza, kodwa akwazeki ukuthi ukhulume naye wathini. Manje ngalokho uthi uyacela ukuthi lobo bufakazi nabo buchithwe, kungathathwa njengobufakazi obokuthi umsolwa ngempela yena ugonyulukile kuleli cala. Futhi ke uma kubhekwa naye uKolonel Hadebe kuthiwa umsolwa njengoba yena ulwazi lakhe umsolwa yena ubekade eyazi ukuthi uboshelwa icala ekuthi bekade kuyicala ledakamizwa ekuthi bekade kuyi case 217 2019. Uthi manje ke yena umsolwa wayekade eyazi lokho, kodwa uye wamangala seyikuthi ubuzwa ngale licala ekuthi siphamlana enkantolo ngalo, ekuthi bona bayasho futhi abameli ukuthi bona bayacela ukuthi nalo kuyakukhomba okwenzakele nge5 zika June nabo bubonakaliswe ukuthi bekungade kungekho emthethweni, njengoba umsolwa oqala yena wayekade engazimiselanga ukuyokhomba lokho. Uphoqwe amaphoyisa ukuthi ayokhomba ngokuthi yena uyavuma ukuthi ngempela ubekade elapho noma ubekade ekhomba indawo azaziyo. Uthe umnumzana Ramusipili uyacela ukuthi inkantolo ingavumi ukuthi umsolwa yena ngempela uye waya ayokhomba. Uma siqhubeka ke siya la umsolwa eye washawa khona ethembisa enkantolo nge10 zika July, umsolwa oqala yena uye weza ephana ngobufakazi ukuthi nge10 zika July njengoba kwakade kuyophenywa yena uye washawa. Futhi ke akuzange kufakwe kuzo incwadi iOB ukuthi umsolwa uye washawa khona laphayana nge10 zika July. Abameli bona bathi bayacela ukuthi kwazeke ukuthi amaphoyisa aye washaya umsolwa, futhi nase Silverton kuye kwayiwa futhi kwacelwa ukuthi umsolwa asuswe lapho ayobekwa kwesinye istokisi. Ubufakazi buye bafakwa, ubufakazi ebufaka encwadini yobufakazi ebizwa ubufakazi buka OO la ukuthi nakhona kuye kwashiwo ukuthi umsolwa njengoba ebekade eshawa kuye kwaziswa, kodwa lokho kushawa kukamsolwa wokuqala akuzange kuthathelwe ekhanda, kuye kwathathwa nje ukuthi uyakhuluma kodwa akuzange kubhalwe ndawo. Futhi kuyashiwo ukuthi nangalesikhathi umsolwa eyovela kuMantshi, ngalendlela uMantshi eyewaziphatha ngayo akusindlela ebekade isemthethweni. Kuyabonisa ukuthi umsolwa wokuqala naye wayekade ezimisele ukuthi atshele inkantolo ukuthi kwenzakeleni. Gcina lapho ke umnumzana Ramusipili ngomfakazi buka ukuya ngomsolwa wokuqala, nalapho uyacela ukuthi umsolwa wokuqala lobufakazi lobu bokugonyuluka inkantolo ingabamukeli ngenxa yokuthi umsolwa yena uhlukunyeziwe, ukuze agcine seyikuthi uyagonyuluka noma ugcina esayina lawo maphepha ngemva kokuhlukunyezwa. Manje ke uma kungenwa kubufakazi bukamsolwa wesibini, sikhona istatement eyikuthi siye sashiwo ukuthi umsolwa abameli bona bayaphakama bathi bona abavumelani nale ndaba yakamsolo wesibini ukugonyuluka kwakhe laphayana ku-Colonel Rapadu, ngoba amalungelo wakamsolwa wesibini nawo ayewagxamukelwa ukuya ngomthetho-sisekelo obekwe lana eMzansi Afrika, la ukuthi ubufakazi buye banikezelwa ukuthi umsolwa naye uyasho ukuthi uye eshawa amaphoyisa ethuselwa amaphoyisa, futhi yena wayekade engazimiselanga nokusayina lamaphepha lawa. Kuye kwayiwa endaweni ethize la ukuthi ubekade kunamafem ngemva kokuthi ubekade ehlangene nomantshi uKronye nge-24 zika June 2020, la ukuthi yena uye akazange umsolwa atshelwe amalungelo wakhe, kodwa kuleya ncwadi leyana kubhalwe ukuthi umsolwa yena utshelwe amalungelo wakhe. Umsolwa yena uthi uye wafakwa iplastiki naye ehlukunyezwa leyo plastiki ize idonswa emuva, la ukuthi umsolwa wayekade eshawa naye ngaleso sikhathi leso, futhi ke uye washo naye umsolwa ukuthi ugcine seyikuthi ubekade ewopha naye ezandleni zakhe, njengoba ozankosi zazikade zilokhunjeni ezibezikade zimqinisile, futhi kugcineke seyikuthi kwi-statement kuchaphazeleka igazi khona lapho lesi statement umsolwa yena ethi usisayinile. Kuyazeka-ke ukuthi umsolwa yena uboshwe nge-16 zika June 2020 eboshwa Sergeant Mukhani ehamba no-Constable Mabena, labe ukuthi bona bebakade bephenya kuleli cala, futhi ke ushilo-ke ukuthi ithema ebuza amaphoyisa ukuthi bazibonakalise ukuthi bangobani, njengoba bese sengichazile ukuthi umsolwa yena ugcine seyikuthi uthi ushayiwe uMabena ngemva kokuthi uMabena ethe kuye angazenzi ingathi umuntu ohlakaniphile. Futhi ke umsolwa wesibini ushilo ukuthi uSergeant Mukhani wayekade ezazisile kuye ehamba noMabena, washo ukuthi bebakade belibele bemfunela leli cala elika Senzo Meyiwa, eyikuthi futhi bona bebakade baphethe nedokodo ukuthi lalikade kuyidokodo lakwaNongoma. Umsolwa wesibini yena-ke uhanjisiwe wayisiwa esiphoyiseni sasePretoria, la ukuthi uyawavalelwa khona, futhi kwafika kwabhalwa-ke kuyi-OB ukuthi yonke into yayikade ihambe kahle ukuya ngamaphoyisa, kodwa into ebhaliwe kwi-OB umsolwa uphikisana nayo, umsolwa wesibini uphikisana nayo, njengoba yena wayekade azi ukuthi uboshelwe icala lakwaNongoma leli ekuthi ulimele la enkantolo namhlanje icala likaSenzo lokubulala likaSenzo Meyiwa. Umsolwa yena uthi bekade engazi lokho ngoba bafike bamtshela ngokuboshwa kwecala lakwaNongoma. Umsolwa wesibini yena akazange esho amaphoyisa uthi amaphoyisa abazange bamtshele amalungelo wakhe ngalesikhathi beze bemthathela nomakhalakhukhwini wakhe ababini, futhi bamthole ebekade enentombi yakhe. Into eyenzakele-ke nge-17 zika June ukuthi umsolwa wesibini yena uye waphana uye wayisiwa-ke e-boardroom, la ukuthi ubekade uSergeant Mukhani ithema kafika khona lapho bakade kunomuntu wesilisa obekade ethatha ithombe khona lapho zakhe umsolwa wesibini, bese ngemva kwesikhathi kulayi ukuthi uye wathathwa wayisiwa futhi kwi-boardroom, la ukuthi kuye kwafika amaphoyisa alandelayo Mukhani, Mabena, Mkhula no Brigadier Gininda nenye insizwa yayikade ifake ama-crossband engaziwayo ngegama lalo. Futhi uthi-ke umnumzana Ramusipidi uBrigadier Gininda uye waphika ukuthi yena uyibekade ekuyi-boardroom ngalelo langa. uMukhani noMkhula nabo baphikile ukuthi uBrigadier Gininda wayekade khona lapho kuleya boardroom, la ukuthi njengoba kuthiwa umsolwa ukuyicala elikhulu kakhulu umsolwa wesibini, manje umsolwa wesibini kuthiwa uyena-ke oyikuthi ugcine seyikuthi uyaboshwa ngemva kokuthi umsolwa wokuqala wayekade sekaboshiwe, futhi uthi kuyabonakala ukuthi kunokukhonakala ukuthi lo muntu lo phenya kuleli cala lo ophethe leli cala leli uyena oye wakhuluma qala nomsolwa wesibini, njengoba ikuthi uye wayisa laba abakhe abancane kuye ngerank ehambise abo sergeant. Msolo wesibini uye wafika waphana ngobufakazi ukuthi iphoyisa ebelikade likhulumisana naye kwakade ku-Brigadier Gininda, washo futhi nokuthi uBrigadier Gininda uye wambuza ngaleli cala lokubulawa kukaSenzo Meyiwa ukuthi umsolo wesibini naye ushilo ukuthi uye watshela uBrigadier Gininda ukuthi akazi lutho, la ukuthi uBrigadier Gininda uye wambuza futhi ngokubandakanyeka kwakhe kulokubulalwa kukaSenzo Meyiwa. Umsolo wesibini wagcina seyikuthi uyaphendula okwesibini uthi yena wayekade engekho emsebenzini, yena ubekade esekhaya. Kula ukuthi umsolo wesibini uye washo-ke ukuthi uBrigadier Gininda uye wambuza ukuthi kungani eye wagunda inwele zakhe. Umsolo wesibini yena uye waphendula uBrigadier wamtshela ukuthi akazange ayenze lehele inwele ngalendlela uBrigadier Gininda wayekade emtshela ngakho. Umsolo wesibini yena uye wacelwa ukuthi avule umlomo wakhe ukubona ukuthi iphoyisa lize likwazi ukumbheka phakathi emlomo ukubheka ukuthi wayekade enalo igolide na emlomo. Umsolo wesibini yena uye wahlolwa nokuthi wayekade engenayo imibhalo na noma ama-tattoo. Futhi-ke umsolo wesibini uye washo-ke ukuthi uye wayisiwa eCarltonville emsebenzini la bekade esebenza khona. Kula ukuthi ubekade ehanjiswe uMabhena noMukhani. Ithema kufikwa-ke khona lapho uye watshelwa amaphoyisa ukuthi abayise kwi-HR department ebekade ise shift 8. Kula ukuthi ubekade esebenza khona. Amaphoyisa-ke baye baya khona lapho bacela-ke amaphepha wakamsolwa we-leave namanye amaphepha-ke. Kula ukuthi uBrigadier Gininda uye wafika ehamba naye uSergeant Mukhola behamba namanye amaphoyisa. Thema kufika-ke uBrigadier Gininda kula ukuthi kuye kwalandwa-ke kwayiwa esibhedlela kulandwa ifayili lakhe umsolo wesibini. uBrigadier Gininda waya kumsolo wesibini embuza futhi ngalo leli cala lokubulawa kukaSenzo Meyiwa. Umsolo wesibini yena ugcine seyikuthi uyaphika futhi ethi Brigadier mina angikwazi lokho. uBrigadier Gininda yena waqhubeka wathi ungumsolwa wena kuleli cala futhi kunobufakazi obubonisayo ukuthi wena ungumsolwa kuleli cala lokubulawa kukaSenzo Meyiwa. uBrigadier Gininda uqhubeke kanjalo elibele etshela ufakazi ukuthi nala uma kubhekwa izithombe ezabantu ukuthi bakhona kuleli cala leli, nawe uyabonakala ukuthi ukhona kuyithombe zalabo bantu ebakade bekhona kuleli cala. Manje-ke uBrigadier Gininda yena uma eqhubeka uyabonisa ukuthi yena uye washo ukuthi umsolo wesibini ubekade eyingxenye yalabantu laba ukuthi bona bakuleli cala leli lokubulawa likaSenzo Meyiwa. Futhi umsolo wesibini yena akazange, uBrigadier uthi umsolo wesibini akazange aphike nangokho umsolwa yena ethi uphikile enkantolo. Manje umnumzana Ramusipili uthi uyacela ukuthi kumzakele ngalendlela uBrigadier Gininda ayisho ngakhona. Uma kuqhubekwa-ke umnumzana Ramusipili ebheka usekabheka ubufakazi-ke bayo i-AVL ukuya ngomnumzana uDuprez, njengoba esho ukuthi imoto lebekade ihambisa umsolwa iye yafika yama laphayana Sibanye yama isikhathi esilingana namahora ayisikhombisa. Uyabuza umnumzana Ramusipili uthi kwakade kwenzakalani ngaso leso sikhathi, futhi uthi uyabona ucela ukuthi kubonakala ukuthi ubufakazi bakhe umnumzana uMukhani bona kuyinto eyikuthi ngahle kungabazwe ngakho, ngoba uma kubhekwa isizathu sokuthi umsolo wesibini wayekade eyiselwani eAlbertine, uthi leso sizathu leso isizathu eyikuthi singahle singabazwe ngoba kwakade kuboshwe lana umuntu oyikuthi ubucayi, ngoba usecaleni elokubulawa kukaSenzo Meyiwa la ukuthi kungani lo muntu lo manje wayekade egcinwe laphayana kuleya ndawo isikhathi eside esingaka elibele eyedwa, kungani bangamthathanga bamfaka kwesinye istokisi samaphoyisa ukumgcina njengoba ubufakazi be-AVL busho ukuthi imoto iye yama laphayana isikhathi eside. Manje kungani bangazange bamgcine khona laphayana esitokisini samaphoyisa, ngoba ushilo umnumzana uRamsipili ukuthi akhona amanye ama-police station akhona eduze, kodwa umsolo akazange agcinwe khona. Kuyasho ukuthi ikhona into eshaya amanzi khona lapho. Uma eqhubeka usho khona laphayana esiphoyiseni sase-Engine uthi kwakade kunemoto futhi eye-EMPD i-VW i-Golf, futhi kwakade kunenye imoto ekukade kuyi-hardbody eye-Nissan ebengasetshenziswa ukuthi umsolo angathathwa ngayo ayisiwe kunoma yisiphi isitokisi samaphoyisa la ukuthi angahle agcinwe khona, njengoba kuthiwa kwakade kuwumuntu obekade evikelwe kakhulu. Inkantolo iye yasho ukuthi amaphoyisa kuyahle kuyenzeka ukuthi amaphoyisa wala eMzansi kunokuthi bashaye ucingo ukuthi akubhekwe eNongoma, bona bayahamba bayozibhekela kwaNongoma. Uma eqhubeka umnumzana uRamsipili uthi umsolo wesibini yena uye washo ukuthi uye washawa efakwe uplastiki futhi ekhanda icishe ifana naleyana ebekade ngiyishilo ngalo ukuthi umnumzana uNgomezulu uye washo naye ukuthi ufakwe iplastiki umsolo washawa. Lelo plastiki lelo likhishwe ngemva kokuthi umsolo wesibini ebuzwa ukuthi yena usekazimisele nawo ukuthi angahle akhulume iqiniso kulayi ukuthi umsolo wesibini yena ugcine seyukuthi uyasho ukuthi uMabhena akazange abe yingxenye yokushawa lokho, futhi umsolo wesibini yena uye washo ukuthi ubekade njengoba wayekade elibele eshawa kanjalo, imoto iyayikade ikhona leya moto iToyota Fortuner ebekade isetshenziswa amaphoyisa. Futhi ke umsolo wesibini naye uye washo ukuthi imoto ebezikade zikhona laphayana ngasendaweni le ekulahlwa khona izibi, lezo imoto ushilo ukuthi iToyota Fortuner yayikade ikhona, futhi wayekade elibele efakwe ozankosi ezandleni zombini, umsolwa elibele ebhekwe nangamanye amaphoyisa, futhi kwakade kunabanye abekade bebheke umzila la kudlula khona istimela. Kuye wafaswa umsolwa efaswa ozankosi zakhe ziye zafaswa kuleyo nsimbi la kudlula umzila westimela. Uthi ke uma eqhubeka umnumzana uRamsipili uthi umsolwa uye washo ukuthi leya jacket yakhe ibiye yakhishwa njengoba ebekade ebuzwa imibuzo ngalo lelicala leli lokubulawa kukaSenzo Meyiwa. Uye washo umsolwa ukuthi yena uye wabatshela amaphoyisa ukuthi umsulwa kangakanani amaphoyisa, kodwa abazange bamkholwe lokho. Ubuthelezi uMabhena uJonathan nabo bebalibele baqhubeka belibele beshintshana ngaye bemdonsa ngale ya plastiki eyasetshenziswa ebekade kuyiplastiki yase Struets. La umsolwa wesibini naye eyewasho ukuthi kunesikhathi esithize la ukuthi uye washo ukuthi enye iyimoto ubuye kwayiwa kuyo kwakhishwa futhi namanzi wathelwa ngamanzi emzimbeni wakhe, futhi umsolwa yena uye washo ukuthi wayekade enganelisekanga enqondweni yakhe ukuthi angahle akhulume, ngoba kwakade futhi nangalela langa ushilo umsolwa ukuthi kwakade kubanda kakhulu, ingakho yena ethi ubekade egqokile futhi ngalelo langa akalalanga kahle njengoba wayekade ebuyiswe intathakusa. Uma kulibele ukuqhutshekwa kubhekwa lobufakazi bayo i-AVL uthi umnumzana uRamsipili yebo iyabonisa ukuthi iye yama engine garage, kodwa ubufakazi lobu obulethiwe obukhulunywa ngumnumzana uMohani buyasho ukuthi imoto ibekade ime kuphi, kodwa akushiwo isizathu ukuthi imoto yayikade ithini. Uyacela ukuthi inkantolo ibone ichithe lobo bufakazi bakhe umnumzana uMohani lobu bokuthi imoto yayikade imoshekile, ngoba ubufakazi be-AVL buyasho ukuthi imoto ye-Toyota Fortuner yona yayikade ise-engine garage la ukuthi kuthiwa kula imoto zamaphoyisa zilungiswa khona, kodwa kuthiwa akuzange kubonakaliswe ukuthi leyo moto leyo iye yalungiswa ubani. Manje abameli bona bayacela ukuthi kubonakala ukuthi imoto ayizange ilungiswe ngemva kwalokho kulaye ukuthi imoto iye yahanjwa. Umsolo wesibini yena uyaphika ukuthi imoto iye yamosheka kuyo leya ndawo. Yena uthi akazange abone imoto imosheka futhi akazange abone imoto ilungiswa. Ukuya ngobufakazi bayo i-AVL, lobo bufakazi buyasho ukuthi imoto ime laphayana e-engine garage kufike kusukela ihora lesithupha lishaya nge-18 zika June ukuyofika ntathakusa la bese sekushaya imizuzu eyishagalolunye ngemva kwehora le-12 bese sekuyi-19 ke ngalelo langa la ukuthi imoto yayikade ihamba yasuka ke e-Eratin yaya ePretoria North la ukuthi umsolwa uye wafikiswa khona imizuzu engama-20 ngaphambi kokuthi kushaye ihora lesithathu ntathakusa. Umuntu uma ecabanga ke ukuthi umsolwa yena uye wafikiswa lapho ntathakusa kanjalo wazokhishwa ke futhi khona ekuseni, kuyabonakala ukuthi umsolwa akazange abe nesikhathi esilesanele usokuthi umsolwa aze aphumule. Kubonakala ukuthi umsolwa yena ubekade enamaphoyisa isikhathi esingalingana namahora angaba yi-17 kwe emahoreni ukuthi sinawo welanga amahora angama-24. Izinto ezenzakele ke uma siya kwizinto ezenzakele nge-19 zika June, umsolwa wesibini yena uye wakhishwa ke esiphoyiseni ekhishwa umnumzana uMkhani isikhathi uma kusele imizuzu elishumi ngaphambi kwehora lesihlanu ntathakusa la ukuthi umsolwa uye wabekade eyisiwa esiphoyiseni sase-Vosloorus ubekade eyiselwa leliyaqala lakwaNongoma. Kula amaphoyisa wona waye waphana ngobufakazi ukuthi umsolwa ubekade eyisiwa eVosloorus la ukuthi ubekade eyovelela icala leli eleyidakamizwa. Baya eVosloorus baye bathola ucingo elibuya kuBrigadier Gininda elibatshela ukuthi manje kuzafuneka ukuthi baqhezuke emgaqweni baye eMoroka Police Station la ukuthi uBrigadier wayekade sekayenza amalungiselelo bokuthi bazohlangana naye uKolonel Raphadu la ukuthi uzofika athathe istatement kusuka kuye umsolwa wesibini. Ukuya ngaye umnumzana uMkhani uthi ke bona baye baqhubeka baya ke la ukuthi bebakade betshelwe khona ukuthi bayohlangana naye uKolonel Raphadu. Bona wayekade behamba noJonathan uye oye wayisa umsolwa wesibini kuye uKolonel Raphadu. Umsolwa wesibini yena uyaphika ukuthi uhlangene noKolonel Raphadu ekuseni nge-19 njengoba amaphoyisa wona asho. Yena umsolwa uthi uma ke fika laphayana kuleya ndawo kwakade kungasi emini ekuseni njengoba ukuthi uSergeant Mkhani yena uthi bafike ekuseni. Umsolwa uyakuphika lokho. Umsolwa wesibini yena ushilo ukuthi lezi zinto ezikhulunywa umnumzana uMkhani kwakade kungasiqiniso, kodwa ushilo umsolwa futhi ukuthi bona bebakade ngempela kuhanjwa ngale moto enye ebekade balandela emuva bebakade kuneyimoto eze EMPD ukuthi nazo zazikade zihamba khona lapho. Yena uthi uqale ukubona lokho uma sekufikwa ngaseVosloorus. Umsolwa wesibini yena ushilo futhi ukuthi enkantolo yaseVosloorus akazange afakwe kwenye imoto. Yena uye washo ukuthi akazange futhi avele nasenkantolo ubekade elibele akazange futhi afakwe nasemaselini umsolwa wesibini. Yena uthi ngemva kwesikhashanyana kulaye ukuthi kuye kwahanjwa ke kuhanjiwa kusuka laphayana enkantolo yaseVosloorus kwangenwa emgaqweni ke uN3. Ithe makulibele kuhanjwa ke kanjalo uye wabona ke umsolwa ukuthi kuye kwafikwa esibhedlela saseSoweto iChris Hani Baragwanath. Kuye washo ke umsolwa wesibini ukuthi iphoyisa elomuntu wesilisa ke lona liye lafika ukuthi lelo phoyisa lalikade lihamba nomuntu wesifazane nomntwana. Lelo phoyisa lelo ke lona lifike lihamba nomuntu wesifazane nomntwana kanjalo. Yena wangena ke emotweni wafika wahlala ngasehlangothini lesandla sesinxele futhi amaphepha wayekade ekhona ephethwe uye iphoyisa lelo ukuthi umsolwa yena ulaze njengomnumzana uRaphadu ithe umsolwa uma ephana ngobufakazi bakhe uye waqhubeka washo ukuthi uye wabona iboard ebekade ibhalwe ukuthi Orlando kula ukuthi umsolwa uye washo ukuthi uBrigadier Kininda wafika njengoba ebekade ichazile nangale ngakumnumzana Mngomezulu ukuthi uBrigadier Kininda ufike ehamba no Sergeant Mkhola bambuza futhi nangokubulawa kuka Senzo Meyiwa umnumzana uRamsipili uphinda into ecishe ifana nayo leyana uma siya khona lapho izinto ezenzakele khona nge-19 ukubuya lokuyana ukusuka eRustenburg la ukuthi nomnumzana uMngomezulu wayekade ekushilo ukuthi kuye kwabuyiwa kusuka eRustenburg la ukuthi umsolwa ubekade ethweswe icala lokuthi ubekade etholakele eneyinhlamvu la ukuthi umsolwa ushilo ukuthi akazange efakwe emaseleni njengoba ukuthi umnumzana uMkhani naye eshilo ukuthi umsolwa akazange efakwe emaseleni walaphayana eRustenburg. Lokho ke uthi umnumzana uRamsipili kuyenzwa ukuthi kuzibuzwe imibuzo ukuthi ingani umsolwa engazange efakwe emaseleni futhi ke kuyakhulunywa nokuthi uyasho umnumzana Ramsipili ukuthi ukuya ngomsolwa wesibini yena uthi uye wafakwa ke esiphoyiseni sase Primrose la ukuthi bekade kuse isikhathi kwakuyimizuzu e15 ngaphambi kwehora lesine intathakusa nge20 zika June uma besuswa besuka eRustenburg bezofika ePrimrose. Umsolwa yena ushilo ukuthi uye wafakwa futhi nasesiphoyiseni sasePretoria. Umsolwa yena lokho kubonakalisa ukuthi umsolwa ke uthathe isikhathi esingaba lingana namahora angama22 ngemva kokuthi kusukwe eRustenburg naye sonke lesisikhathi elibele hamba namaphoyisa ngaleli yalanga ukusuka nge19 ukuyisa kwi20 zika June futhi ke kuyabonakala ukuthi umsolwa yena uqhubeke futhi ehlala isikhathi eside namaphoyisa isikhathi esingalingana namahora angama44 emahoreni angaba ama48 ekubonisa ukuthi umsolwa wayekade ehlukunyezwa ngokuthi abe namaphoyisa ngaleyo ndlela noma ukuba namaphoyisa isikhathi eside kanjalo. Uthi futhi uma kubhekwa nobufakazi bakhe udokotela uyafanisa naye ubufakazi ukuthi umnumzana uMngomezulu bese sekabhekile nakho nayi enye into evelile ukuthi nge24 zika June enkantolo kulayi ukuthi isizathu bekuwukuthi ayohlangana nomantshi uKronye la umsolwa wesibini yena ithe mayesuswa laphayana esiphoyiseni esaseMoort yena uye washo ke kuthiwa umsolwa uye waphika kumnumzana uGininda indaba yakhe ummeli umtshi yakho kodwa ke umnumzana Gininda yena bekasho ukuthi umsolwa uthe umnumzana umtshi yakho ummeli wakhe. Umsolwa wesibini yena uyasho ukuthi yebo ngempela uma kufikwa laphayana kumantshi uye wahlangana naye umantshi kwakade futhi kunetoliki kunalomlisa lo umtshi yakho eyikuthi uhlangene naye okokuqala nge24 zika June enkantolo. Umsolwa wesibini uye waphana ngobufakazi ukuthi uye wakhuluma noToliki ekhulumisana njengoba etshela uToliki etshela umantshi izinto zazikade zikhulunywa ngalesikhathi kwakade kusenkantolo. Futhi ke umsolwa wesibini yena uyaphika ukuthi uye watshela umantshi nomnumzana uMkhani ukuthi umnumzana umtshi yakho ummeli wakhe uthi cha lokho umsolwa wesibini uyakuphika akazange akuvume lokho. Futhi umnumzana uRamsipili uye waphana ngezinye ezemithetho ukuthi iye yashiwo einkantolo ezihlukile la ukuthi ubekade ekhuluma ukuthi uma umuntu eseka phambi komantshi kuthiwa kunommeli lo mmeli loyo eyiphi indima akwamele ayidlale njengommeli. Manje uma kuqhutshekwa kwake ebonisa umnumzana uRamsipili ukuthi umnumzana uNtanzi uhlukunyezwe kanjani. Uthi ke kunobufakazi obuningi obubonisayo la enkantolo ukuthi umsolwa wesibini yena uhlukunyeziwe kubonakala ukusukela kulamalanga la we-18 ukuyofika nge-24 zika June. Uthi nge-18 zika June umsolwa yena uye wakhishwa esitokisini sase Pretoria North la ukuthi isikhathi kwakade ku imizuzu emashumi amathathu ngaphambi kwehora lesishagalolunye la ukuthi yena wabuyiswa ke Mtathakusa nge-19 zika June imizuzu emashumi amathathu ngaphambi kwehora lesithathu Mtathakusa. Lokho kuthathe isikhathi esingalingana namahora angaba 17 amahora angalingana ne-17 la kubonakalisa ukuthi umsolwa yena ubekade ehlukunyezwa isikhathi leso sonke ebekade efake ozankosi elibele esemotweni ehleli imoto iyehla inyuka naye. Uthi kuyabonakalisa futhi ukuthi ubufakazi lobu obizwe abofakazi ababushilo la enkantolo akusilona iqiniso, isikhulukazi ubufakazi bokuthi umsolwa wayekade ezodliwa isizungu ngalesikhathi ebekade ezosala eyedwa. Nangokho umsolwa kuthiwa uye walala, kodwa umnumzana Ramusipili uthi umsolwa akalalanga isikhathi esanele ngoba ulele isikhathi esingalingana ngaphansi kwamahora amabili ngaphambi kokuthi ayisiwe ku-Colonel Rapado nge-19 zika June ekhishwa laphayana esitokisini imizuzu engamashumi amathathu ngaphambi kwehora lesithupha la ukuthi ubekade eyisiwa khona ku-Colonel Rapado elele isikhathi esingaphansi kwamahora amathathu la ukuthi nakhona ekufikeni kwakhe ku-Colonel Rapado umsolwa uthi wayekade ehanjisiwe kusuka enkantolo yase-Vosloorus ukuyisiwa khona lapho eMoroka, ekubonisayo ukuthi umsolwa wayekade ehlukunyezwa. Nako lokho kuhamba lokho umnumzana uRamusipili ukuthatha njengengxenye yokuhlukunyezwa. Uthi umnumzana Ramusipili abukho ubufakazi lana enkantolo okubonisayo ukuthi umsolwa yena uye wahamba wasuswa esiphoyisa bekade edla. Inkantolo iye yabuza ukuthi manje kusho ukuthi amaphoyisa nawo lawayana wayekade engadli. Umnumzana Ramusipili wathi lokho akusinto engayisho, kodwa ngikhuluma lokhu okukamsolwa ukuthi yena wayekade efakwe ozankosi isikhathi esingalingana namahora ayi-12 ngoba usoloko afakwe ozankosi kusukela imizuzu emashumi amathathu ngaphambi kwehora lesithupha ekuseni ukuyofikela uma kushaya ihora lesihlanu ntambama elibele efakwe ozankosi ngalo lelo suku wayekade ethathwa ayiswa eMoroka. Futhi ke ubufakazi buyabonisa ukuthi uma efikile ke eMoroka yena umsolwa uye wathathwa wayisiwa eRustenburg la ukuthi uye wafikiswa khona eRustenburg nge-20 zika June mizuzu e-15 ngaphambi kwehora lesine. Futhi uthi umnumzana uRamusipili umsolwa ke yena uyabonisa naye ukuthi uye wayisiwa futhi wayisiwa ePrimrose elibele efakwe ozankosi. Lokho nako uthi umnumzana Ramusipili ukuhlukunyezwa ngoba umsolwa wayekade enganikwa isikhathi sokuthi alale isikhathi esanele. Nangokho kuye kwashiwo ukuthi umsolwa wayekade lale emotweni, kodwa umnumzana Ramusipili uthi cha, lokho akusikona ukulala oyikuthi umuntu uyabonakalisa ukuthi uyahlonipheka ngokulala ngaleyo ndlela enjalo. Uthi uma kubhekwa lo buyafakazi bakhe umnumzana uMjiyakho ubandakanisa nalo yana okukhulunywa umnumzana uMngomezulu ukuthi umnumzana uMjiyakho yena akusiyena umuntu eyikuthi kungahle kugxilwe kuye ukuthi ngalesi sikhathi uhlangene naye umantshi umnumzana uMjiyakho uye wayeka edlala indima yokumela ngoba ayikho into aye wayikhuluma. Futhi nomthetho sisekelo uyasho ukuthi umuntu uma kuthiwa umele umuntu yini into akwamele ayenze, ngoba umsolwa wesibini njengoba ikuthi umnumzana uMjiyakho uma kuthiwa ubekade emmele umnumzana uMjiyakho ayikho into aye wayenza nokuthi akhulume naye umsolwa ngaphambi kokuthi umsolwa azogunyuluka amazise naye ukuthi uma uzogunyuluka naku nayi into ozabe uyenza. Lokho kuchaza ukuthi uthi umnumzana uRamusipili lokho akuzange kwenzeke. Manje uma eqeda umnumzana uRamusipili uthi uyacela naye ukuthi ukugonyuluka lokuyana komsolwa wesibini kuthathwe njengento engekho emthethweni ngenxa yokuthi amalungelo womsolwa wesibini wayekade eqabukelwe nakhona, futhi umsolwa wesibini uye wahlukunyezwa. As the court pleases, my lord, I am done with the heads of Mr. Ramusipidi.
Yeah, the others, Mr. Shorolos.
Manje ke uma sesingena ku ingxoxo zakhe u-advocate uMshololo ushilo ke yena ukuthi amalungelo wabasolwa aqamukelwe futhi uqale ngomthetho sisekelo la ukuthi ubekade kukhulunywa ngelinye icala ukuthi uMagwaza wayekade ekhona kulelo cala la ukuthi kuthiwe kuye kwagcinwa sekubonwa ukuthi kutholakele ubufakazi obukade bungekho emthethweni kulo lelo cala la ukuthi amalungelo wakhe uMagwaza wayekade eqamukelwe nawo manje ubandakanisa nalo lelicala uthi u-advocate Mshololo nge-30 zika May iqiniso futhi kuyabonakala ukuthi umsolwa uye wathathwa wayisiwa kuye uKennel Mbotho futhi ke ukuvunyelwa kwalezi statement yena uthi lezi statement kuya akuvunyelwana ukuthi zingahle zivunywe ngenxa yalezi zinto ezilandelelayo. Into yokuqala umsolwa wokuqala yena uye washawa nge-30 zika May ukusukela isikhathi ezebe eboshwa kufikela aze ayosayina lesiya statement ekuthiwa siyenzwe umsolwa kodwa umsolwa yena angasiyenzanga futhi ke istatement sona sithathwe amaphoyisa futhi wayebekade enamanye amaphoyisa la ukuthi umsolwa uye washawa khona ngemva kokuthi ayenze leso statement kuyena uKennel Mbotho futhi uyasho ukuthi likhona icala elinye ukuthi umthetho uye walisho ukuthi umsolwa uma kwenzeka kanjalo kuyabonakalisa ukuthi lokho akusikona ukuvikelwa kwamalungelo wakhe umsolwa futhi ke uyaqhubeka uthi uToliki obekade ekhona laphayana kwamele kubonakaliswe ukuthi lo Toliki lona unayo imvume futhi uyathembeka ukuthi yonke into azoyisho kuzabe kuyiqiniso ukuya ngalendlela ebekade umsolwa eyisho ngakhona la ukuthi uyasho u-advocate ukuthi laphayana ku-Kennel Rapad kwakade kungena Toliki futhi ke uyasho nokuthi umsolwa wesibini kuyabonakala ukuthi yena usayine incwadi laphayana ngakuye uKennel Mbotho eyikuthi ubekade ephoqiwe futhi umsolwa uKennel Mbotho noKennel Hadebe noKennel Rapadu bona abazange babonise incwadi zabo ezigunyazayo ukuthi bona bangahle bathathe ukugunyuluka okunjalo eyikuthi bebakade benikwe leyo mvume umongameli waseNingizimu Afrika nasesiphoyiseni futhi ke uyasho ukuthi amaphoyisa kwamele bona akusu ukuthi kwamele bathathe akusu ukuthi ubufakazi obabuletha enkantolo ubufakazi ukuthi kwamele buthathwe na kanjani nangaphambi kokuthi baveze incwadi leziyana zabo zokuthi bangamaphoyisa noma banegunya lokuthi bangahle bathathe ukugonyuluka okunjalo. Umsolwa wokuqala akazange ayenze istatement futhi yena uye waphoqwa ukuthi ayenze istatement ngemva kokuthi sekashawe amaphoyisa bese yena ugcine seyikuthi uyisiwa kuye uKennel Mbotho la ukuthi uye wamcela ukuthi asayine la ubekade uKennel Mbotho ebhale khona kuyashiwo ukuthi umsolwa wokuqala yena akazange asayine istatement kuKennel Mbotho ezimisele futhi kuyimvume yakhe ukuthi yebo uvumelana nayo yonke into ebhalwe kuleso statement. Kennel Mbotho futhi ke yena akazange uma ephana ngobufakazi asho ukuthi umsolwa wokuqala uye wambheka ukuthi wayekade elimele manje lokho kuyashiwo ukuthi umsolwa wokuqala bekwamele yena ayisiwe kudokotela ukuze ayomhlola ukuthi wayekade elimele kuphi elimele kanjani njengoba akusumsebenzi wamaphoyisa ukuhlola umsolwa kodwa kungumsebenzi wabodokotela uma umsolwa elimele amaphoyisa kwamele balalele isicelo sakhe noma balalele ukuthi umsolwa uthi ulimele futhi ke uyasho ukuthi umsolwa wokuqala yena akazange asho indaba yokuthi umsolwa wokuqala akazange asho uKenneth Mbotho ukuthi ulimele. Lokho kuyabonisa uKenneth Mbotho yena uthi kubonisa ukuthi umsolwa akashayanga, kodwa lokho uthi akusilona iqiniso ngoba umsolwa wokuqala ubekade elibele etshela amaphoyisa ukuthi ushayiwe, nawo amaphoyisa ebona ukuthi umsolwa ubekade elibele eshawa. Futhi abukho ubufakazi obonisayo ukuthi umsolwa uye wathathwa wayisiwa kudokotela, futhi ngaphambi kokuthi ehambe eyokhomba nangemva kokuthi ebuya ekukhombeni njengoba wayekade ehamba naye uKenneth Hadebe. Lokho kuyabonisa ukuthi ubushushisi buhlulekile ukubonisa ukuthi umsolwa yena wayekade eshawa. Futhi ke kuyashiwo ukuthi umsolwa wesibini yena wayekade ehamba namaphoyisa ebekade ehlomile ngalesikhathi eyisiwa kumantshi uKronye. Lokho kwenze umsolwa ukuthi yena athuke agcine seyukuthi wenza lokhu ekuthiwa akwenze ngalesi sikhathi afika kumantshi uKronye kukhulunywa ngaye umsolwa wesibini. Futhi ke kuyasho ukuthi amaphoyisa ngalendlela bebakade beziphethe ngayo, lokho kuyabonisa ukuthi yinto eyikuthi bona babekade bengalandeli umthetho wakhe umantshi uKronye, eyikuthi bekwamele bona bakhiphe incwadi ezibonisayo ukuthi bona bagunyaziwe ukuthi bangaba ngamaphoyisa. Lokho uthi ummeli, lokho kuyabonisa ukuthi ikhona into ebekade ishaya amanzi khona lapho, la ukuthi kunento bebekade beyifihla ngaleyo ndlela. Uthi ke uyasho ukuthi ukuba khona kwakhe umnumzana uMjiyakho ongazange adlale indima phambi komantshi uKronye, lokho kuyabonisa ukuthi ikhona into ebekade ingahambi kahle, eyikuthi umsolwa phakathi komsolwa ngaleso sikhathi ubekade wayekade ethunywe ukuzoyenza into ethize, hayi ukumela umsolwa wesibini ngalesikhathi ebekade ekumantshi uKronye, ngalesikhathi kuthiwa wayekade esayinda istatement. Futhi uyasho ke ukuthi ubufakazi buka JJ buyasho ukuthi kwamele kwamukelwe enkantolo ukuthi lobo bufakazi lobo buthathwe ukuthi isikhathi lesi umsolwa abekade egcinwe ngaso isikhathi ebesikade singekho emthethweni, eyikuthi ugcinwe kusukela nge-16 zika June ukuyofika nge-24 zika June, engavelanga phambi komantshi ukuthi ayovelela icala elithize. Futhi ke uyaqhubeka usho uthi ukuya ngaloku khomba lokuyana okwenzakele phambi kwakhe uKenneth Hadebe, lokho akwenzwanga umsolwa ebekade ezilungiselele noma kube kade kuyena umsolwa etshela iphoyisa ukuthi yena ngokwakhe uyafisa ukuthi ayokhomba indawo leyo. Futhi ke uyasho ke ummeli ukuthi umsolwa kuyashiwo ukuthi wayekade ehamba nabo amaphoyisa laba abe EMPD, eyikuthi bekungadingeki ukuthi angahle ahambe nawo lawo maphoyisa lawo njengoba kwakade engaphansi kwamaphoyisa. Futhi ke uyasho ukuthi uLieutenant Colonel Hadebe naye akabonisanga noma akakwazanga ukuthi abonise ukuthi lo toliki loyana kwakade kuwutoliki obekade enegunya lokuthi angahle atolike, njengobufakazi buka GG ukuthi buyasho ukuthi kwakade kunetoliki ebekade itolikela umsolwa wokuqala, noma akazange abonise ukuthi kwakade kunetoliki. Uma iqhubeka ke uthi uKenneth Hadebe yena uthe ukhulele eKwaZulu Natal, kodwa lokho akusho ukuthi yena angahle kube utoliki wolimi elikade lisetshenziswa khona lapho. Ubufakazi buka GG kuyabonisa ukuthi lokuya kukhomba lokuyana okwenzakele kwakade kungekho emthethweni, ngoba ulimi obelikade lisetshenziswa laphayana nangokho umsolwa wayekade elizwisisa, kodwa akusho ukuthi lokho kwakade kubulungiswa emthethweni. Kuyabonisa ukuthi umsolwa yena uye wakhinyebezeka ngenxa yalolo limi ebelikade lisetshenziswa nangokho uKenneth Hadebe ebekade ebuya eNatali. Futhi uyasho ukuthi umsolwa wokuqala yena akusumuntu oyikuthi ujwayele ukuthi kuyayenziwa noma ekukhombiweni kwenziwani, futhi umsolwa yena akusukuthi wayekade eyazi ukuthi lezi yazinto azikhombayo kwenzakalani, yena izinto ukuthi uzenze ngemva kokuthi bese sekashayiwe, nangokho engashawanga uyena uKenneth uHadebe, kodwa umsolwa yena ubekade nangokho engashawanga uyena uKenneth Hadebe, kodwa umsolwa ubekade esekashayiwe ngalesikhathi ebekade eyokhomba. Futhi ke kuyashiwo ukuthi lesiya statement esithathwe kuKenneth Raphadu singavunyelwa enkantolo ngenxa yalezi izathu ezilandelelayo. Njengoba sekukhulunyiwe ukuthi akuzange kulandelelwe imigomo nemibandela ukuthi umuntu kwamele akhiphe icertificate lesesibonisayo ukuthi yena wayekade enikwe igunya lokuthi angahle athathe ukugonyuluka okunjalo enikwe umongameli wezwe laseMzansi Afrika. Futhi ke uKenneth Raphadu yena akazange akwazi ukuthi asebenze laphayana asebenzise utoliki, eyikuthi utoliki wayekade edingeka ukuya ngomthetho sisekelo la ukuthi kwakade kubhalwa izinto phansi. uKenneth Raphadu yena ukukhulela kwakhe ehostele akusho lokho ukuthi ukubekade elungele ukuthi angahle atolike. Uyasho futhi ukuthi umthetho sisekelo uyasho ukuthi umsolwa wesibini kuye kwagcamukelwa kumalungelo wakhe ngokuthi yena achaziselwe ngolimi ebekade yena elisebenzisa, nangokho kwakade kungenaye utoliki njengoba umthetho ubekade ufuna ukuthi kube notoliki. Futhi ke uyasho ukuthi ukuya ngobufakazi buka MM ukuthi buyabonisa ukuthi kusukela nge-18 ukuya nge-19 zika June umsolwa yena ubekade ekhishiwe, futhi ubekade ehleli esiphoyiseni isikhathi esilingana namahora amabini, eyikuthi umsolwa ubonisile ukuthi wayekade ekhathele, futhi yena wayekade engazilungiselelanga, ingqondo yakhe ikade ingaphumulanga kahle ngalesa sikhathi kuyothathwa noma ayoyenza istatement kuye uKenneth Raphadu. Umshushisi uhlulekile ukubonisa incwadi leziyana zonke ezesiphoyisa ukuthi nangalesikhathi ukuze bekufikwa laphayana kuKenneth Raphadu incwadi kuKenneth Mbotho ukuthi incwadi leyana ebizwa iOB kuye kwabhalwa kuyona umsolo wesibini yena uphikisana nokuthi uye wasayina laphayana esiphoyiseni saseMroka ukuya ngobufakazi buka HH. Futhi abukho ubufakazi obonisayo ukuthi umsolwa uye wayisiwa kudokotela ukuthi ayomhlola ukuthi wayekade elimele, njengoba ukuthi uye wayisiwa kuKenneth Raphadu la ukuthi yena uye waphoqwa ukuthi asayinde istatement. Uma ethatha ke ubufakazi buka Brigadier Gininda uthi uadvocate Mshololo uthi uBrigadier Gininda yena uye waphana ngobufakazi ukuthi uye wahlela ukuthi uKenneth Mbotho ahle noKenneth Hadebe ba ngemva kokuthi umsolwa wokuqala abonise ukuthi yena ubekade efuna ukwenza istatement nokuyokhomba. Futhi ke yena uye waqhubeka washo ukuthi uye washayela uBrigadier Raphadu ucingo no manje ukronye ngemva kokuthi umsolwa wesibini naye ebonise ukuthi ufuna ukwenza istatement thizeni, kodwa uBrigadier yena akazange abonise ukuthi ubekade exoxisana nabo noma embahloba imibuzo labasolwa umsolwa wokuqala la ukuthi umsolwa ke uye wagcina seyukuthi uyakhetha ukuthi yena ufisa ukwenza istatement, akazange abonise lokho bufakazi lobo. Indaba yokuthi akazange abonise lobo bufakazi lobo njengephoyisa yena kwenzakala ukuthi kugcine seyukuthi kuyasolakala ukuthi inkantolo imkholwe ebufakazini bakhe, lento eyikuthi uyayichaza uBrigadier uma ingabe yena ngaphambi kokuthi umsolwa anikwe amalungelo wakhe noma umsolwa kusho ukuthi uyena oye wazikhethela. Ubrigadier yena uye wakhuluma ngamakhophi athizeni awe-diary yakhe eyikuthi akusiwona izinto eyikuthi zibhaliwe zisemthethweni ebezikade ziphelele eyikuthi ziye zalethwa ubrigadier lana enkantolo ukuthi zona zize zizohambiselana nobufakazi oyikuthi bukhona lana enkantolo. Futhi-ke uyasho ukuthi umsolwa wokuqala uyaphika ukuthi uye watshelwa amalungelo wakhe ubrigadier Gininda, futhi yena-ke akazange uye waphoqelwa ukuthi ayenze istatement nokuyokhomba, futhi-ke akazange anikwe amalungelo wakhe yena umsolwa wokuqala kuzo zombini lezo zinto yokukhomba nala kukhulunywa ukuthi ubekade efuna ukwenza istatement ekutheni ugcine seyikuthi umsolwa yena uyiswa ku Colonel Mbotho no Colonel Raphadu nomantshi lobufakazi lobu babo nalokukhomba okwenzakele phambi kwakhe Colonel Hadebe. Lokho uthi-ke ummeli uthi lokho akwenzakalanga ngendlela esemthethweni ngenxa yokuthi amalungelo wabasolwa kona wayekade eqhamukelwa. Futhi-ke uyaqhubeka uthi abameli bona bayasho ukuthi umsolwa akusukuthi uyena okwamele abonise ukuthi wayekade eshayiwe, kodwa ubushushisi okwamele bubonise ukuthi bona umsolwa ngempela akashawanga, eyikuthi ummeli uthi abashushisi bona bahlulekile ukubonisa ukuthi umsolwa noma abasolwa abashaywanga. Manje-ke abameli bona bathi umsolwa wokuqala uye washawa ngamalanga eyikuthi asekashiwo la enkantolo eyikuthi umsolwa yena uye waphoqwa futhi nokuthi asayinde istatement eyikuthi siye sayenzwa ku-Colonel Mbotho ngalawo malanga ebusuku khona lapho la ikuthi umsolwa ubekade eshawa phambi kwamaphoyisa. Umsolwa wokuqala futhi yena uye waphana ngobufakazi ukuthi ugcine sayina la ikuthi ukade eyokhomba khona ehamba naye uColonel Hadebe eyikuthi usayiniswe ukuthi wayekade eshawa ehlukunyezwa elibele amaphoyisa ekhona na laba abasesiphoyiseni sase Ekuruleni. Umsolwa wesibini naye uye waphana ngobufakazi oyikuthi abuhlukananga nabo lobu ocishe bufana nabukamsolwa wokuqala eyikuthi ngalendlela eyikuthi ushawe ngayo kusukela ngalesa sikhathi ezebe eboshwa kufikela ayosayina istatement ku-Colonel Raphadu nakumantshi uCronier. Futhi-ke abameli bayasho-ke ukuthi abasolwa bobabini bona abazange bavule icala, lokho akusho ukuthi abazange bashawe. Uma kubhekwa ukuhlukunyezwa kwakhe umsolwa wesibini kuthiwa kunobufakazi obubonakalisayo la enkantolo ukuthi umsolwa yena uye wahlukunyezwa isikhathi eside kusukela nge-18 ukuyofika nge-24 zikaJune. Ngawo lawo malanga uye umsolwa wathathwa esiphoyiseni sase-Pretoria isikhathi kwakuyimizuzu engama-30 njengoba umnumzane Mngomezulu wayekade eshilo nomnumzane uRamusipidi ukuyofika Ntathakusa imizuzu ema-30 ngaphambi kwehora lesithathu nge-19 zikaJune. Lokho bonakalisa ukuthi umsolwa uhlezi isikhathi esingalingana namahora ayishumi-nesikhombisa ebekade umsolwa ehleli emotweni elibele efakwe ozankosi. Abukho ubufakazi lana enkantolo obubonisa ukuthi umsolwa yena akahlalanga isikhathi esinjalo, futhi-ke kuyabonakalisa abukho nobufakazi obushoyo ukuthi umsolwa udlile ngalelo langa ngalawo malanga ikusukela i-19 ukuya kwi-20. Nge-19 zikaJune umsolwa-ke yena uye wakhishwa-ke ebhukhiwa out ngemizuzu engama-30 ngaphambi kwehora lesihlanu. Yena ubuyiswe ilanga elandelayo isikhathi kwakade kunemizuzu engamashumi amathathu ngaphambi kwehora lesithathu la ukuthi umsolo wesibini akazange athole isikhathi sokulala esanele, ulale isikhathi esingaphansi nje kumahora amabini nge-19 khona futhi umsolo wesibini uye wathathwa wahanjiswa kuye uKennel Raphadu eyikuthi uye wayisiwa eMroka esiphoyiseni la ukuthi ulele isikhathi nje esingaphansi kwamahora amathathu ngaphambi kokuthi ayothathiswa noma ayoyenziswa istatement. Manje uthi abameli bayacela ke ukuthi akukhonakali ukuthi umsolwa yena angahle ayoyenza istatement ebekade inqondo yakhe isebenza kahle ngoba akalalanga isikhathi eside ngenxa yokuthi uhlukunyezekile isikhathi leso sonke ukusukela ngalesa sikhathi njengoba ekade elibele ehamba emotweni ukuya laphayana esiphoyiseni sase Moroka ukususwa ukususwa eFoslo ehanjiswa esiphoyiseni eyisiwa eFosloras kusuka eFosloras ayisiwa esiphoyiseni esase Moroka nge-19 zika June isikhathi bese sekuyihora le5 ntambama la ukuthi abukho ubufakazi lana enkantolo obubonisayo ukuthi umsolo wesibini yena wayekade esuswe enkantolo esiphoyiseni sase Pretoria isikhathi sonke leso sikhathi elibele eyisiwa nasesiphoyiseni sase Moroka. Ubufakazi obushoyo ukuthi umsolo wayekade edla abukho ubufakazi obonisa lokho, kodwa into eyazekayo ukuthi wayekade ephakathi kuleya moto yeFortuna efakwe ozankosi isikhathi esingalingana namahora ayi12. Phinda futhi into ebekade ikhulunywe naye ummeli uRamsipidi ukuthi umsolwa uye wayisiwa esiphoyiseni sase Primrose wahlala isikhathi ukusuka eRustenburg ukufika ePrimrose isikhathi esingalingana namahora ama22 ukuthi umsolwa futhi yena uhanjiswe sonke lesiya sikhathi uma kuhlanganiswa isikhathi umsolwa hanjiswe ngaso kusukela nge-18 June ukuyofika nge-20 zika June kubonakalisa ukuthi ngalingana amahora angama39 la ukuthi umsolwa wayekade elibele ekala ukuthi amalungelo wakamsolwa ayewaqhamukelwa. Lokho akuvunyelwanga ukuya ngomthetho ukuthi umsolwa angahle ayothathwa kuthiwa wenze istatement lo muntu ezilungele enqondweni ukuthi angahle ayothatha istatement. Uma egcina ke ummeli umshololo uthi uyacela ukuthi kubonakala ukuthi lokhu kugonyuluka lokhu kwakade kungekho emthethweni ukuya ngomthetho sisekelo walapha eNingizimu Afrika ugoba umsolo wokuqala nomsolo wesibini bona abazange bagonyuluke bebekade bezilungiselele noma bebekade befisa ukugonyuluka ngaleyo ndlela. As the court pleases, my lord, I am done with all 3 heads of arguments. Nizwile bafowethu, nizwisisile yonke into engiyichazile. And I have just asked the accused, my lord, they say they understood all the 3 heads of arguments.
Why do you say 3?
From Mr. Mngomezulu, Mr. Ramsipidi, and Advocate Msholo. The court pleases, I asked them on Friday if they understood the heads of Advocate Baloyi.
Yeah, you can't dodge me.
As the court pleases.
That is it, ne? Mr. Baloyi, when are we again coming together?
Yeah, I think all the parties are through with their submissions.
Is that so?
Yeah.
Is that correct? Everybody is through with the submissions? That's correct. What's left is the court.
Yes.
That is indeed so. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, this is a short addendum. The court, having heard this court, has to review the evidence, consider the evidence, and determine whether to prove that the statements, confessions, and or pointing out allegedly without any coercion, as determined in section 35F of our Constitution, and that in addition, the prosecution has proven, pursuant to section 35F of our Constitution, that the acquisition of the allegedly, as stated by the state, freely and voluntarily made confessions complied with our constitutional prescripts of section 35(5), in that such evidence which the state alleges it gathered and complied with in order to prove its onus, the onus which reposes on it, it has done so in pursuance of the prescripts of section 35(5)(f), and also that such evidence was acquired not pursuant to making such evidence to be categorized as bringing the administration of justice in this country into disrepute, but that such evidence was gathered and acquired and utilized by the state in the reposal of its owners in order to comply with the prescripts of the Constitution. This court, after having considered all that evidence, all the submissions, will on Thursday, I suppose we all know what the ruling is in the pre-trial conference. Miss, do you know that? You know that?
Yes, we do, madam.
That it won't be a full-blooded judgment. It will be a ruling. And such ruling, by its nature, as determined by convention and the law, is relative and not final, because at this juncture, this court is not seized with the rest of the marital evidence. And this court can determine at this stage how that evidence, which is going to be led by the state, and if it is also led by the defense in rebuttal, how that evidence is going to impact, affect, diminish, increase the evidence that will be led in the merits of the case. And only after this court has heard that other evidence can this court be in a position to join the evidence which was heard in the trial, within the trial, and that which was heard within the merits, and draw a joint judgment which incorporates both of these exigencies. So it mustn't be heard with, hey, the judge la vela apha hey, azange lesinike izizathu. At this stage, sorry, hello, just for that case, maybe it's important just to quote it. Elia Fesser, why want to deskinya? Akisa. And it's not me saying that, it's the authorities.
The suspense is killing us.
No, no, you can't be trailed by the law. No, it's because I think I should read that because I'm saying it. Mhlambe ngikhuluma amanga. So I must read that authority which says that that a ruling in a trial within a trial is by its nature not final. Even if you close your case, the state has closed, the state has closed this case, still not final. It will be final only after the accused themselves have either closed their case and argued and enable this court to assemble all the evidence. Can then this court write the final judgment?
Manje inkantolo ithi ngemva kokuthi seyilalele bonke ubufakazi obethulwe umshushisi nabasolwa kulesi sigaba esibizwa i-trial within a trial la ukuthi bakade kunendaba ebekade idingidwa lapho. Manje-ke inkantolo ithi ngemva kokubheka ukuthi abasolwa bagunyuluke noma baye bakhuluma lento ebekade beyikhuluma bebekade kuyibona abekade bezithula emaphoyiseni noma kulo muntu obekade bezethula kuye ngokwabo ngokuthi bona babekade bekhululekile ukwenza njalo. Inkantolo-ke ithi kwamele ikhiphe isinqumo, hayi isahlulelo sokuthi iyakwevuma noma ayikuvumi lokho. Manje isinqumo leso inkantolo ithi izosikhipha ngoLwesine eyikuthi sizabe sisho ukuthi inkantolo ithini ngemva kokuthi seyilalele ubufakazi bobubini, bese-ke ngemva kokuthi seyilalele bonke ubufakazi obusazoza ecaleni kula inkantolo izokhipha isahlulelo sokuthi yona ithini ngaso isigaba lesi i-trial within a trial. Isazofunda futhi inkantolo ukuthi akusukuthi iyazenzela izinto, umthetho uyasho ukuthi lokhu kuyavumeleka ukuthi inkantolo ingahle ikhiphe isahlulelo, isinqumo esithize ingakhiphi isahlulelo kwisigaba lesi i-trial within a trial.
Yeah, here's the decision. S versus Soteti and others, 2003, 2, SACR 648. I'll just quote the relevant part. And when I'm Mr. Mnisi, I still have to go through the heads. I've gone through the heads. I've gone through all the evidence. I showed to your colleagues the other day. If you want to see it, all the evidence, I've gone through it. The only thing you can accuse me of not having fully considered, it's the submissions which were made today. And me being me, I'm going to consider them, think about them, apply the law, and I said on Wednesday, Thursday, sorry, and on Thursday, then I'll deliver the ruling. Now, here is the authority of what the authorities say about a ruling and a judgment and an order. This is on page 654. Lastly, the provisional character of the ruling was not in order to await possible evidence to substantiate the ruling, as I understand the case of the Thuli. In my view, a ruling on admissibility is interlocutory and may later be reviewed. See, in this regard, R versus Musikiwa and others, 1965, 3 SA 529 SRA, a judgment of McDonald AJP at 530 to 1, he said, It is important to bear in mind that a ruling on admissibility is not final. Relevant evidence led in the main trial may be taken into account by the judge or magistrate when reviewing his decision on admissibility, no matter what the source of such relevant evidence might be. There is no reason why this should not also be the position when a trial within a trial is held. In the case of Machundu, S. Machundu 2000 versus 2002 SACR 313W, the shoes, J. Shoes. A ruling on admissibility in a trial within a trial is interlocutory and may be reviewed at the end of the trial in the light of later evidence. In S versus Mkwanazi, 1996, 1 SA 736A, this principle in itself shows that subsequent evidence in the main trial may decisively affect the determination of the issues in the trial within a trial. If subsequent evidence may, why not also earlier evidence? What if before anyone even asked for a trial within a trial, the investigating officer in cross-examination rejected a suggestion of the accused innocent by proudly pointing out that he did so after he had been beaten to confess? You can also read the case of S versus Mkwanazi, but that's what the law says, not Urata. So the judgment doesn't have to be delivered. It's a ruling which has to be delivered, but that ruling is obviously predicated on the evidence, the submissions, the conclusions. Okay. So don't expect a judgment on Thursday. You expect a ruling. And I don't know what the ruling is as I'm speaking to you now. Any questions arising? Mr.
We have no question. We'll await the ruling.
You don't have a quarrel with the other judges saying that?
No, I think the law is pretty much clear.
It's clear, ne?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Then meet on Thursday.
Manje ngolwesine ke siyabuya.